Thank you.
Honorable Ministry of Research and Technology of the Republic of Indonesia, Professor Dr. Bambang Permadi Sumantri Bojonegoro, Director of Universitas Patimura, Professor M.J. Sapteno, SHM Hum, all the Vice Rectors, the Director of Patimura University Postgraduate Programs, distinguished speaker, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Shalom. Welcome and thank you for joining the opening ceremony of the second Maluku International Conference on Marine Science and Technology 2020. And you are also invited to witness the event through our live YouTube channel at Pasca Sarjana Universitas Patimura and also via Zoom. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to extend my warm welcome to all participants of the second Maluku International Conference on Marine Science and Technology 2020. This international conference is organized by a Faculty of Fishery and Marine Science of Universitas Patimura Ambon, the Oceano Society or ISO, and Southern Cross University. And this event will held for one day and presenting prominent national and international speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, to commence the webinar, we kindly invite you to sing the national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, may I invite everyone to invoke the Almighty according to the respected religions and belief. Praying start. Praying enough. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to have the chairman of the committee, Dr. Rerna Gino Felimon, to deliver the report of the event.
Thank you, MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, Minister of Research and Technology, Head of National Research and Innovation Agency of Republic of Indonesia, Professor Bambang Permadi Sumantri Bojonegoro, PhD, Rector of Patimura University, Professor Dr. M.J. Sapteno, Vice Rector, Head of Institution, invited speakers, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored and pleased to welcome you to the second Maluku International Conference on Marine Science and Technology. In this opportunity, on behalf of organizing committee, please allow me to thank you all for your support. Your presence here is invaluable for us. Ladies and gentlemen, it is great to see so many enthusiastic ladies and gentlemen that are going to present and discuss their work under the theme Adapting to the Changing World, Challenges and Solutions for Small Islands. A glance through the list of presentation planned for today reveals amazing diversity on almost every aspect on marine science, marine technology, fisheries, and marine tourism. Today, we will have one keynote speaker and 9 invited speakers on the first session. Later on, we will have more than 50 speakers divided in 4 parallel rooms. In total, more than 500 people have registered to attend this conference. The speakers, guest participants represent universities, research institutes, government, NGO, and professionals. They are from many different provinces in Indonesia and many different countries. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference becomes very important this time because Maluku province will be officially recognized as National Fish Reservoir or Lumbung Ikan Nasional. There will be many national projects for fisheries development planned in Maluku. Therefore, the theme, the conference, Adapting to the Changing World, Challenges and Solutions for Small Islands, is very relevant to the current condition and stage of development. In this opportunity, I would like to invite all the experts here to draft scientific recommendation for the decision maker so the marine resources in Maluku can be utilized in a sustainable way by community-based development and for the welfare of Maluku people. It's the time for scientific-based development. Your ideas can be sent to conference email micmst2@gmail.com, the email that organizing committee used to contact you. And I would like to ask all the invited speakers to become the editors of this recommendation. Thank you very much in advance. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope we can all enjoy the conference, and I have high expectation to see you all in the next conference, because we will organize the third Maluku International Conference on Marine Science and Technology in 2022. On behalf of the organizing committee, I apologize for any inconvenience caused in this conference. Thank you very much. I give it back to you, Ms. MC.
Thank you, Mr. Gino. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite the Rector of Universitas Patimura, Professor M.J. Satrio SHM, to deliver his welcoming remarks and officially open the event.
Thank you, MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Shalom. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Excellency Minister of Research and Technology, Head of National Research and Innovation Agency, Republic of Indonesia, Professor Bambang Permadi Sumantri Brojonegoro, PhD, invite speakers, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. Give me great pleasure to extend to you all a very warm welcome on behalf of the Patimura University, and say how grateful we are to all of you who have accepted our invitation to this conference. Patimura University is the biggest and the oldest government-funded university in Maluku. We have 9 faculty, graduate school, research institution, and quality assurance. Up now, there are 23,000 students enrolled at the university. The focus of Patimura University has always been maritime and marine science. We have realized since a very beginning the strong scientific and technical knowledge will be required for sustainable utilization of incredible natural marine resources that we have in Maluku. Patimura University is also working hard to achieve good reputation, to recognition not only nationally, but also internationally. Therefore, this conference plays a very important role in achieving our goal. Ladies and gentlemen, conferences such as the provide an valuable opportunity for research, scientists, industry specialists, and decision makers to share experience. I am grateful to the many experts who have come to share knowledge today. I also welcome to many representatives of government, industry, association, and non-government organizations who have joined us. In this opportunity, I would like to give appreciation to the Minister of Research and Technology, Professor Bambang Permadi Sumantri Brojonegoro, PhD, for his support this event. I also want to thanks to Director of Graduate School and Organizing Committee that have worked hard and make this conference happen. I'm sure you will have fruitful, rewarding exchange today. I wish you every success with this important conference, and I look forward to learning about outcome. I obviously open the conference and wish you all very successful conference. Thank you.
Well, that was the video about the beauty of Maluku and how potential the fishery sector in this spice island. Thank you also earlier for Professor MJ Sapteno to officially open the event. And we're going to have a deeper discussion about the potentials and also what could be maximized on the fishery and marine sectors, also marine science in Maluku. But we have come to the end of the opening ceremony of the second Maluku International Conference on Marine Science and Technology 2020. Right after this, we will have a plenary session that divided in three sessions. Also, the keynote speaker session with the Minister of Research and Technology, also the panel. But before we proceed, now we're going to share the link for the participants. Drop questions during the plenary, also the parallel session at the chat room, so you can check it out first. Also, to the participants that has just joined the webinar, welcome. And don't forget to fill the list of attendees that we share also the link on the chat room. Now, without further ado, we will start the first plenary session with three outstanding speakers, and the whole session will be led by the moderator, Dr. Rerna Gino Velima.
Thank you, Ms. Annie. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to introduce our first three invited speakers. The first is Professor Kirsten Beckendorf. Second is Professor Oki Karnarajasa, PhD. And the third one is Professor Stephen Smith. Professor Kirsten Beckendorf is the director of the National Marine Science Centre of Southern Cross University, Australia. Kirsten is an interdisciplinary marine scientist focused on researching the sustainability and value of marine resources. She is currently leading an Asian Pacific Network collaborative program for global change research and is also collaborating with the NSW government to assess the impact of ocean climate change and environmental contaminants on the health and nutritional quality of local seafood species. A major focus of Kirsten's research has been the investigation of the bioactive properties of marine mollusks, and she has identified a promising anti-cancer and anti-inflammatory agent currently in preclinical trials. Professor Beckendorf has a long list of papers, just like all other speakers in this session. They have very active in research for a long time. The second speaker is Professor Oki Karnarajasa. Professor Oki was previously a director of research and community service at the Ministry of Research and Technology, and he is now newly appointed as Deputy Chairman of Earth Sciences at Indonesian Institute of Science. Professor Oki has become the member of representative of Indonesia at E-Asia Joint Research Program and governing board member of CMEO Siarka Manila. He also a project leader of USA-funded Peer Science. So it is amazing, even though he's very busy, but he can still very active in research. I think Professor Oki still keep his laboratory running very active in Diponegoro University. The third speaker is Professor Stephen Smith. He's a professor in marine science at the National Marine Science Centre, Southern Cross University in Coffs Harbour, and he's also previous head of the National Marine Science Centre at Southern Cross University. His research focuses on the measurement, monitoring, and management of marine biodiversity, including the assessment of impacts from a range of human activities. Because of this, its increasing prevalence and impact, he has been conducting research on marine debris since 2006, as well as collecting empirical data from fieldwork. Steve works with governments at all levels to develop policies aimed at reducing plastic waste in the environment. So Professor Kristen Beckendorf, Professor Oki Kabarajasa, and Professor Steve Smith have been long supported research and collaboration in Patimura University. Now, without further ado, I would like to invite Professor Kristen Beckendorf to start her presentation. Kristen, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Gino. Can you see my slides?
Yes, very clear.
Terrific. So thank you very much for the lovely warm welcome, but also for organising such a fantastic conference and giving me the opportunity to present today. I wanted to talk today a bit about seafood, because clearly seafood is very important to small island nations. And I think one of the concerns, I guess, is in terms of the quality of the seafood, we need to consider also what happens on land. So in terms of threats to marine ecosystems, terrestrial agriculture is actually a real threat. And the runoff that we get from terrestrial agriculture can bring a whole bunch of chemicals into our estuarine and aquaculture and oceanic systems that can potentially impact our seafood. So the real underlying problem here, I guess, is the increasing growth of the human population. And as the population increases, we need to feed all of these people. And the only way that we can feed people is to do these sorts of intensive activities with respect to both aquaculture and agriculture. And certainly seafood has been identified as a really important source of protein leading through into the future in terms of feeding our future populations. We can see in the graph here that the amount of seafood that we're getting from sustainable fisheries is kind of leveling off. We can't really fish more than we're already fishing. So we have to fill that gap from aquaculture. And it's certainly really important to think about how we might plan these aquaculture systems to produce seafood that is actually healthy and sustainable from an environmental perspective. When we're talking about small island nations, clearly we can't compete in terms of the quantity of seafood. So the scale is just not possible that you may see in other locations like China, for example. So scale isn't possible. We need to start thinking about what is the niche market for seafood. And one thing I think that small island nations can really promote is the incredible quality, of the seafood. And look at opportunities for actually certifying sustainable seafood and certifying quality control seafood. So when it comes to things like pesticides, a lot of people are, I guess, not aware of potential contamination sources. But getting into some Japanese and European type markets, it really does matter if the seafood is clean. It will be rejected if it isn't. And then it can end up on the domestic market, which of course causes potential threats to local people as well. So seafood or aquaculture development needs to be considered, with this respect to the whole landscape type issues and thinking about whether we can actually promote really clean sources of seafood. If we look at the problem of pesticides, just looking at the graph in the bottom right-hand corner, you can see just over the last 50 odd years, there's been a massive increase in the use of pesticides, the production of them and the use of them in agriculture. And this is really seen as a way of increasing productivity and the only way that we can actually get, large-scale food production to feed the increasing numbers of people. But it's not that that pesticide use is equally distributed across the planet. You can see in terms of the darker blue colours are indicating higher levels of pesticide use, with over 1 million tonnes per annum actually used in countries like China. Throughout the Americas, there's quite high levels of pesticide use. In terms of Europe, India and Australia, you can see sort of moderate levels of pesticide use. But I think what's really important and exciting is in places like East Indonesia and throughout the Pacifics and a lot of island nations, there's relatively limited pesticide use. And this, I think, is where there's really this opportunity to promote the cleanliness of the seafood that you produce and potentially to identify organic seafood as a real niche sort of market. So the idea of the problem associated with pesticide use for me actually started when I was in Vietnam, and I was exploring some problems in prawn farms in Vietnam. And what I noticed was that they were in and amongst these rice farms. And in the rice farms, they were spraying pesticides. And I hadn't really thought about the problem before, except that it made me start thinking about why were they getting all of these mortality problems. And pesticides often targeted towards insects, and prawns being arthropods are closely related to the insects. So I was really thinking that maybe some of these problems are due to the pesticides. Then I came back to Australia and I started seeing, oh, we've got the same problem, and it mightn't be rice culture there, but it's actually sugar culture. And in both of these systems, you've got these kind of drainage channels that lead through into estuarine areas. There's a lot of runoff in these types of agricultural systems that do bring chemicals into contact with the water. But even as you look around, you know, you've got grape culture, you've got a lot of tree crops like avocados, all sorts of crops, and they often spray pesticides, sometimes from air, and they can actually drift across into our aquatic ecosystems. So yeah, quite a potential problem with respect to impacting our waterways. But I think we all know that successful aquaculture really depends on good quality water. Disease and mortality is actually the major cause that is limiting profitability in aquaculture throughout the world. So when you get disease events, you get high mortality, you're going to lose in terms of the bottom line, what you can actually profit from. So it's really important to understand these complex interactions between stress, disease, and the environment. Most of the diseases are actually caused by pathogens that are normally in the water, and things such as shrimp and fish, they can normally resist these disease organisms. But if they're in a stressful environment, they start succumbing to the disease. So chronic disease will tip the balance in favour of the pathogen and ultimately lead to large mortality. And this set of slides here is an example of this prawn investigation event that we did in northern Vietnam, whereby prawns were often growing to a certain size and then just dying, and sometimes they were just these big mortality events. So we were sampling the water quality, but we were also noticing that there were actually some completely abandoned ponds. So we decided to sample the sediment and the sediment in the ponds and the abandoned ponds. And what we found was this chemical here called aldicarb. And it's actually a pesticide that has been banned worldwide. And I think this actually demonstrates that there can be quite a legacy from pesticide use. It actually is, potentially a long-term problem if it persists in the sediment. So ultimately, it's not just the risk in terms of the prawn production or the shrimp production, but also the risk to human consumers. So if we don't know what's in our seafood, we don't know what we're eating, and ultimately that's quite a concern for humans as well. So this diagram here is just summarising the problem that we often have agriculture in these coastal areas where it can run off, it can leach directly into our aquaculture ponds. It can also be taken off, sorry, it keeps flicking backwards. I have an unstable mouse. Okay, no, it doesn't want to go. Excuse me, yeah, so we can get the pollutants running off into these river and estuarine systems, and they can also accumulate through groundwater, and they're deposited in sediments in estuaries, potentially in these aquaculture ponds, and then sediment fluxes take them back up into the water column where they're exposed to our organisms such as the oysters and the prawns that I've got here. This can result in reduced productivity and survivorship, but bioaccumulation in the flesh can also pose a risk to the human consumers. And just as one example, neonicotinoid pesticides, there have been over 1,200 reported poisonings in humans from eating contaminated food. Now, this is not seafood, but neonicotinoids are very soluble. So these are one of the pesticide groups that I was really interested in exploring. So to explore this, we actually need to be able to detect pesticides in the environment. Why, that's so unstable. So this particular diagram is some of the work that was done by, or is being done by Endang Jamal, who's a PhD student at Southern Cross University, but also from Padimura University in Ambon. So a nice connection between Australia and Indonesia. So Endang's been sampling in the Richmond River estuary, and this is a big agricultural area where you can see a whole bunch of sugarcane farms, and the red little things are indicating her sampling sites. And so what Endang was doing was looking at the Sydney rock oysters as well as the water to detect a whole range of different pesticides in that water. And I should point out that the Richmond River estuary actually used to be an area that was used for oyster aquaculture, but it's become unviable now for oyster aquaculture because of ongoing disease problems, and in particular QX disease, which is a complex problem with the interaction between stress in the environment and the disease organism and the host. So in terms of Endang's data here, you can see in the orange what we found in the Sydney rock oyster, and in the blue what we found in the water. And I guess just from the sheer number of pesticides, you can see that the Sydney rock oysters are accumulating a lot of pesticides, and therefore a really good bioindicator. A couple of these pesticides are actually above trigger values that would be regarded as environmentally safe. But a lot of these other pesticides, they actually don't have trigger values because there's just not enough research that has been done on them yet. Overall, most of these pesticides were actually herbicides, and that's actually pretty interesting because I have another PhD student, Chamra Benantatic, who's been working on leaf oysters. And in this case, the leaf oysters you can see here are large, flat, reef-forming, and they're actually not a seafood species, but they're a really important fish habitat. So these reef-forming oysters provide habitat for a whole range of different fish species. In this particular project, we were really interested in the effects of water quality on the leaf oysters, and we found we were doing some comparisons between the Tweed River and the Richmond River, which is Endang's study site. And we found much higher densities in the Tweed River, and we found also that the leaf oysters were bigger. And there were a whole bunch of water quality parameters that were actually different between these two river systems. So there's a whole bunch of environmental stresses that are going on here. But what was really interesting in relation to the previous slide that I was showing about the herbicides was that we found the Richmond River, the Richmond River's in the red here, has lower densities of oysters, and it has really low chlorophyll counts. And over here, you can see the Tweed River has much higher algal biomass, which correlates with the high chlorophyll abundance, whereas Richmond much lower, particularly after these wet rain events. So I guess this is leading to the question of whether the poor water quality from agriculture is bringing in these herbicides, and it's actually impacting the food source of the oysters and therefore limiting productivity in our ecosystems. And this is something that Endang will be exploring further to investigate whether these herbicides are actually affecting the algae, the phytoplankton, which is, of course, the start of the food chain in our marine ecosystems. I also had a look at another estuarine system with another master's student, Dylan, who's been working more down around Coffs Harbour, where me and Steve Smith actually reside. And in the diagram here, you can see all of these little sort of grey areas are taken over by blueberry. So the blueberry industry is something that's rapidly grown over the last 10 years, and they're quite steep slopes in this particular area, and a lot of runoff potential from the blueberry farms through into this intermittently closed lagoon, the Hearns Estuary, and then out into the Solitary Islands Marine Park. So here we were looking at a whole bunch of different pesticides. We found what was really interesting was a completely different set of pesticides than what we found in the Richmond River Estuary. But one that was a particular concern is imidacloprid. This is a neonicotinoid pesticide that has actually been banned for use in the European Union. And it's also banned in parts of Canada, and it's been currently investigated in the United States and in Australia. And this particular insecticide, the levels that we were finding around these blueberry farms are pretty much at the top of what they've ever been found in the world, and definitely of concern. So we started having a look at how this particular pesticide impacts our seafood organisms. And another PhD student, Endurance, was actually looking at the Sydney rock oyster and found that the neonicotinoid imidacloprid significantly harms the immune system of these oysters. It reduces the good quality fatty acids, the polyunsaturated fatty acids, thus lowering the nutritional quality of this oyster. It also impacts a number of oxidative stress enzymes, and it is uptaken into the flesh. And just to show you that this is some fancy technology, mass spectrometry imaging, we were able to track the pesticide inside the oysters, and we found that it was really getting into the digestive system of these oysters. So it's there if you actually eat the oysters. We did also look at the effects of on the gene expression of the digestive system of the Sydney rock oyster, and over 2,000 genes were impacted in the Sydney rock oysters. A whole bunch of genes that are involved with detoxification were upregulated. Other genes that are involved with metabolism of the oysters were downregulated, which is quite a concern. But also concerning was the fact that the cilium were impacted. And we haven't actually looked at early life stages yet, but I think this is a potential alarm for, it may affect sperm mobility and the larval feeding abilities and movement. And so this could raise a bit of a concern for the recruitment of oysters. There are a bunch of other genes that were affected, some which actually affect the nervous system and a whole bunch that affect the immune system. So definitely indicating significant sublethal effects on the oysters. But these were sublethal effects. When we started looking at shrimp, the tiger shrimp or tiger prawns, we actually found significant mortality. So this is the results of another PhD student who's been focusing on these shrimp, and he's looked at 4 different types of neonicotinoid. One of them in particular, clothianidin, is really nasty, and it's killing the prawns at concentrations that are definitely environmentally relevant. The imidacloprid that I was finding in the marine ecosystem here, you can see has a lethal dose 50 of around 400. We were finding it at 254 in the marine environment. But it's important to note that this exposure, this LD50, is from just a few days exposure. And if you think about the prawns and their life cycle, and if you get this chronic stress over a longer period of time, it could be more serious. So I think this is definitely a concern for the prawns. But interestingly, we did find one neonicotinoid that didn't impact the prawns at all. And I think that's quite informative in terms of advising the industry what might be safer for our local prawn industry. We also looked at uptake and depuration. So this is actually just showing the uptake of 2 of those different neonicotinoids. And they were uptaken at concentrations. This red line here is the maximum residue limit that would be regarded as acceptable for human consumption. So you can see here that they're being uptaken at concentrations that far exceed what would be acceptable after just 1 day exposure. In terms of depuration, so here we're just putting the prawns back into clean water, and we can see that you can actually flush that pesticide out of the prawn flesh pretty quickly. But when we look at clothianidin, after 4 days, we were still having residue limits that are above what we considered acceptable. So this is definitely a concern for human consumers. Whoops. In terms of the alternatives with respect to agriculture, it was very interesting to go to southern Vietnam and actually visit a community who were looking at doing things differently. They were looking at removing pesticides from their system, and they were doing this by rotating shrimp with rice and by integrating prawns with rice. So the shrimp rice rotational was really the idea that the shrimp would provide some nutrients that would feed the rice, and then the rice would clean up the water, and the shrimp could eat some of those insects that are sort of in the sediment before the rice is planted. And it worked to some degree. But these farmers were really suggesting that, excuse me, it's terrible. This integrated freshwater prawn rice farming is absolutely the only way to grow rice organically. Certainly you get that coupling in the nutrient cycle, which is really beneficial, but having those freshwater prawns grown in and amongst the rice really does eat up the pests, and they don't need to use pesticides. So I think that's really exciting, and these are the types of model systems that perhaps could be investigated for coastal types of aquaculture in small island nations. So to conclude, I think there really is potential to produce very high quality, value-added seafood, and promoting that seafood as being clean, green, organic type seafood. Pesticides are a threat to both the shellfish and to consumers in many other countries where there is coastal agriculture that uses pesticides. So we need to think about how we actually plan our landscapes to produce food as the human population grows into the future, plan those landscapes very carefully, and think about these integrated farming methods that don't actually require us to use pesticides where they may impact our seafood. So I'd just like to thank all of the students that were involved in this research and my other collaborators. And of course, a big thanks to the shrimp and oyster farmers who've facilitated this research by providing the samples and lots of beer to enjoy at the end of the day. And thank you all very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Kirsten. Very, very interesting presentation. I'm quite glad to hear that we haven't reached that level of contamination in small island in Maluku. And I believe this your talk is very, very relevant to the planning of making or recognize Maluku as a fish reservoir of Indonesia. So I hope that we can discuss later the strategies to promote seafood from Maluku as the high quality product that has not been contaminated, green product. Okay, thank you very much. Now we will move to the second uh, speaker. I would like to invite Professor Oki Kanarajasa to start giving his presentation. Prof. Oki, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Pak Kino. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Very morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank for the organizing committee opportunity to share about LIPI or Indian as a hub for collaboration in deep sea research. I actually LIPI several times on September 14, 2020, just very recently, and I take a position as the deputy for, there are 5 deputies that are helping our chairman, Dr. Laksana Trihandoko, to manage LIPI. First of all is the deputy for biological sciences, and then deputy for social sciences and humanity. Number 3 is deputy for scientific services, and myself, deputy for earth sciences and deputy for engineering. In addition, the 5 deputies are supported by 32 research centers. And LIPI is the oldest research institution in Indonesia. It was started in 1817 when the first herbarium, botanical garden was established at the time. And afterward, LIPI experienced several changes, and in 1967, it became Indonesian Institute of Sciences. As you can see here, we have several world-class facilities for science and biodiversity. In addition to herbarium, we have also Zoologicum Bogoriensis Museum, 5 botanical Indonesian culture collection, which was for preserving a highly standard of microorganism. 2018 to 2044, LIPI has decided to develop our, of which have already completed. For example, the construction of Cibinong Science and Technology Park, 2019-2020, and then we have also a research vessel to support the multidisciplinary research expedition. And also we are currently constructing the Center for Biodiversity and Intellectual Property. In addition, we have also developed our traditional food processing, and also serve as a center for halal food. And now we are finalizing the Center for Genomic Biodiversity for National Integrated Facility in 2020 and we are also developing research area in Ambon. In addition, we have also now developing our facility for a geopark in Karangsambung in Central Java to become a UNESCO Global Geopark. Another facilities is now being developed. For example, the development of a marine bioindustry in Mataram, which it is expected and also we are developing a laboratory for processing of local mineral as well as another sources based on low cost and zero waste technology. So this all of the facilities could be regarded as a national laboratory. So now when we talk about the research management, we have a tagline integrated and especially we want to place LIPI as a hub for multi-party collaboration, both in the national and international level. So that's mean the facility in LIPI is an open infrastructure, including human resources, facilities, and international partners. So you can visit our website at stated here for scientific services, especially those who want to start collaboration with LIPI. So in general, we would like mediate between private industry and university to make a link and match between research in the university, research institution, and the private and industry. So in the long run, we expect that it will create an economy based on research and innovation. As you may already know that we are now understand about the United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development that was proclaimed by United Nations in order to support effort to overcome a decline in ocean health as well as to gather ocean stakeholders worldwide behind a common framework that will ensure ocean science can fully support countries in creating implementation for sustainable development. We all know that much ocean is now seriously degraded with changes and losses in the structure, function, as well as benefit from the ocean. Another threat is that it is expected by 2020, the total global population could reach up to 9 billion. So this is another stressor that could be faced by our ocean. So that is why scientific understanding of ocean is very important to provide our management action as a fundamental action for sustainable development. Therefore, ocean observation as well ocean research are essential to manage our ocean. So here there are United Nations Decade of Ocean Science. Number one, many countries, I believe, have sophisticated the cutting-edge scientific infrastructure, technology, and human capacity for science and innovation. Therefore, we need to build on existing partnership and technology to create new ones and expand the global scientific capacity. Number two, it is reported that there are major disparities exist in the capacity around the world to undertake marine scientific research. Therefore, the decade of ocean science will help to mobilize partnership and increase investment in priority areas of ocean science. So we believe that a core objective of the decade will be to improve the scientific knowledge based through capacity development to region and group that are presently limited in capacity and capability. This is especially for the small island developing state and the least developed countries. So in my opinion, our team is nicely fit our United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. This is the international networking and link that has been developed by LIPI. So we have partner states from Australia, from Netherlands, Germany, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, Vietnam, and other ASEAN countries in different perspectives. So within the beauty of earth science centers, number one is oceanography, number two, geotechnology, number three, limnology, number four, deep sea, number five, marine bioindustry, and number six is earth conservation and information. We are now understand that Coral Triangle Initiative represent as a global center for marine abundance and diversity. Of course, this is not only represent the city in the center, but also represent another untapped diversity of the deep sea area. When we talk about the vertical zonation in deep sea bodies, and basically we understand that deep sea is characterized by low nutrient content, low numbers of microorganisms. It is a dark environment, low temperature, and high pressure. So it is can be regarded as an extreme environment. And luckily, Indonesia also has several deep sea area, as you can see here, the blue area. And the one that's very close and within our Maluku area is Banda Sea that has a depth up to 8,000 meters. And this deep sea area of Indonesia represent the unexplored, unstudied area that need to be exploited further. As I mentioned in the previous slide, this is indicates how cold the temperature of the deep sea ocean of the Banda Sea. Even at the depth of 900 meters, and I believe the deeper it becomes lower up to around 4 degrees Celsius. So that is why our deputy has decided to have a research center for deep sea, especially how we can explore deep sea ecosystem. So we can see here, at least we have several research interests, as for example, on marine biosciences, how we can deal with geological context of extreme ecosystem, for example, in the subduction zone or active through graphical method, including the use of a research vessel. And secondly, on oceanography and atmospheric sciences, especially how to determine water column content in and around targeted extreme ecosystem by developing oceanographic observation system, advanced computation and modeling, and ocean atmosphere interaction is in the integrated sense. And the next one is how we can make use our biodiversity of deep sea environment, especially how we can make some including we want to develop deep is a very rare and field of study in Indonesia. So we expect the development of deep sea microbiology also will disclose the potential of our deep sea area, including the application of novel techniques at the DNA level and study of chemical environment as well as metagenomics studies. In the below, you can see several findings. For example, a Simon Close 20 reached discovering Mirage 1 on board of Marion to Fresney, and then the tidal surface, as well as the finding of a deep sea barnacle Diana Jonesia amygdalum, described in 2020. And this is our ongoing and our future project on research deep sea environment. For example, number one, we are now conducting transport Indonesian sea, upwelling and mixing physics, 2018-2021. So this is conducted through our research vessel, Barunajaya. So as you can see here, the detail of the project. And secondly, tsunami resilience in East Indonesia, 2019-2021. This will be also using research vessel in collaboration with Brunel University Center and Center for Geotechnology and Marine Geological Institute. And for 2021, we have another joint project, Sriji Ipok Geops IPG will use research vessel Marion to Fresney managed by IFRMED. So of course, we are very much open on the possibility to have another joint project in order to make use our resources of the deep sea environment. And for doing that, we have another large-scale investment. We call it National Oceanic Research Fleet 2020-2025. Now we are building a new large research vessel to be commissioned in 2020, which is also equipped with the deep water MPES, oceanography for fishery as well geology and geophysics. And next year, we will also conduct retrofit or our current research vessel Barunajaya 8 and territorial water. And we are just recently established new fleet management unit that will control the whole fleet within LIPI. We are also now establishing a new funding scheme partnership. Another program is we would like to sailing days to use our research vessel effectively on a merit base. As you may heard that currently our sailing days less than 200 days. So we need to make use more our research vessel. The next one is would like to use this fleet as a transfer of knowledge and know-how, especially to include PhD students as well as young scientists to be on board of our research vessel. And it is open opportunity for collaboration with scientists globally. So now we have a call for proposal, which is now in progress. You can see here. So the research scenario will be to have research on marine geoscience, oceanography and atmospheric, fisheries, hydrography, and others interesting topics. So this is a timeline. So if you are interested to join our expedition, then please visit our website for possible joining the expedition. So I think that's all what I want to say, and please make use our opportunity. So can we have join together to make the implementation of UN Decade of Ocean Science for very successful. Thank you very much. Terima kasih for your kind attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Prof. Oki. Wow, it's amazing to see how LIPI developed so many facilities and start reaching out for collaboration, not only internationally, but also nationally. I hope that the new research vessel not only allow the young scientists or freshly graduate PhD, but also allow old scientists like me to be on board. So thank you very much, Prof. Oki. After the third question, then we will start the third presenter, then we will start question and answer. And I would like to inform all the participants that the question can only be entered by Google form that already posted in chat room. There's a Google form for question, and you can enter it, and the committee will forward it to the moderator, to me. Okay, thank you very much. Now we come to the third speaker, Professor Stephen Smith, that will talk about one of the biggest problems in the world, marine debris, especially plastic. Please, Professor Smith, the stage is yours. You need to unmute, Steve.
Terima kasih banyak. Yes, I just going to share my screen. And can you see my screen?
We see your email.
Oh, okay. Excuse me. This worked much better when we did it before.
Right.
Let me stop my share and we'll share my screen again. Okay, I think I have it. No?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's the right one, but let me push ahead and see.
Right.
I don't, okay. So thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to be involved in these conferences. And last year I spoke about marine biodiversity, which is my primary passion. But you can't be interested in marine biodiversity without also looking at threats. And some of you will be aware of the work that I'm doing with many collaborators in Maluku on marine plastic pollution. I presented this as my opening slide because is this a sort of beach that you would like to go and spend your time at? I think not. And I think this is Muncah in East Java, for those who might be wondering where this is. But unfortunately, this represents an extreme case of marine plastic pollution. And as you will see when I go through this, this is one of the things that there is major global push to combat. First of all, I just wanted to put this in perspective because plastics haven't been around that long, since 1950s, but there has been an exponential increase in the production. And it's interesting to look at what's happened to all of that plastic that has been produced. And I want to focus specifically on the environmental side of things. But so these figures on this slide represent millions of metric tons produced up until 2015. 59% of the plastics that have been produced have been discarded into the environment through landfill or, and in the case which is highly relevant to my talk, into the ocean. And this image was taken up in North Sulawesi some years ago. So the figures in 2015 were estimated at 8 million tons per year making their way into the ocean. But a very recent paper published last month just in Science by Winnie Lau and colleagues has projected that if we do nothing, so business as usual scenarios, there will be as much as 30 million tons per year being discharged into the ocean by 2040. This is totally unsustainable and something which we clearly need to address. By 2015, only 7% of global plastics have been recycled. And one of the issues that I've noticed in my recent trips and regular trips to Indonesia is with pressing need to manage waste and no infrastructure to do that, burning has become increasingly a way of disposing of waste from the environment. And this stark image of a burnt hillside, which is a dump site in Tual from when I was there for the MSFT conference last year, is a stark reminder of what that might look like. So I think this is way underestimated at a global level. So I want to now give an Indonesian perspective, and some of this is information that you'll be very well aware of. It's been publicized quite widely since 2015, but Indonesia is the second largest contributor to global ocean plastic, accounting for 10.1% of the total. As a result of this, back in February 2017, as part of the UN Clean Seas program, the Indonesian government committed $1 billion US a year to combat marine debris with targets of a 70% reduction by 2025. That is a fantastic target, but there are some major issues and impediments that need to be overcome in order to achieve that. So what I thought I'd do, and I presented this slide last year in Tual as well, is what are the necessary steps? So how do we get to that 70% reduction? Well, the first thing we need to do, and we've started to do this, hence the green here, is we need to know how much is there, what are the types of waste in the environment, which will determine how we deal with them, where are the hotspots? So if we focus on hotspots where there's a large amount or where it's having a major impact on biodiversity, these are the obvious places to target. And that involves survey and inventory. And those are well underway by various organizations throughout Indonesia. The next is really we have to go back up. We have to go upstream, swim upstream. We don't want to be picking stuff up. We want to actually go up and turn the taps off. So we want to know what are the primary pathways by which litter makes it into the marine ecosystem. And again, there are some good studies doing this already. But finally, once we've identified these, we have to come up with some management solutions which can be implemented at appropriate scales. And these inevitably are going to involve innovation. It's a particular challenge for Indonesia, as we'll see in this next slide, or in the next slides. First of all, though, I just want to share a little bit of the work that I've been doing with Gino and colleagues in Ambon. And in particular, a project which I note that Ibu Weli and Unita, I think, are online today in the webinar. So these are my collaborators on this program, and basically it involved training of students to assist with work in the field on beaches and subtidal environments, and it was funded through the Indonesia project, a collaborative program run through Australia's National University. And you can see the dive team there on the right-hand side. And I think Chilan, Akore, and Jainal may well be here as well today, so I say hello to them. What I really wanted to do in this was just indicate the sorts of information we get in terms of the density. And so in this slide, the size of those circles represents the relative density. And let me just go back one slide though, because I think just showing you, for those that are unfamiliar with Ambon, we have the inner bay, which is where a lot of the industry and a lot of the accommodation, etc., is centered. This is the Pusat, or the major center. And then we have the outer bay, which sort of grades from quite high residential areas into just small villages. So you can see the demography of the population is probably dictating a lot to do with the distribution of the plastics. And that is particularly the case subtidally, where you can see a very strong gradient of very high densities in subtidal environments, so underwater, compared to when you get into the outer bay. When we look at what those items are, and this is where it becomes really important, because this is how we determine how are we going to deal with this, we find that 76% are plastic. Now, not all of these items seem to be causing major harm to organisms. And on this right-hand side, you can see we've got a little mantis shrimp here that's using a plastic bottle as a home. And we have a shrimp here, which is a type of cleaning shrimp. So it's quite ironic that it's sitting on a toothbrush right here. But what I wanted to point out was the majority of these items are recyclable. So this is an important take-home message from this slide. When we look at the distribution with on the beaches, it's not quite so clear-cut. And clearly, when we do the modeling, we find that there are a bunch of different factors which influence where we're likely to find the plastics on beaches. Areas of urbanization, proximity to waterways, which are the major conduit for plastics down into the ocean, but also the side of the bay. And you can see the north side actually has higher densities. Almost certainly this is because a lot of the plastics float, and therefore they're at the mercy of currents and wind, much more so than items that are subtidal. But let's have a look at what they comprise. And once again, it's primarily plastic. We have 82.3% plastic in the inner bay, and we have 77.5% plastic in the outer bay. And again, plastic food packaging, glass, or these polypropylene drink cups, straws, plastic bags. And again, the majority of these are recyclable. So the primary solution here is that we need to value plastics through circular economic principles. Circular economic principles are not new. They've been around for a long time. They've been used in other areas on the planet, but increasingly people are starting to think about how we can bring plastics into this circular economic process, whereby we add value to it. We reduce the demand for virgin plastics. So in other words, less plastic is made de novo, and we can start to reduce that exponential increase in plastic production. This is really, really important, and it has been recognized by the primary manufacturers across the planet. And I'm just giving Amcor, which is the world's largest plastics manufacturer of packaging, because I work with them through an organization called Earthwatch. We deliver a corporate social responsibility program with their employees, where we take them and show them plastics in the environment, which leads back up the food chain to look at sustainability options. So I've been involved with them since 2013, and I like to think that that involvement has led directly to what they're calling the 2025 Sustainability Pledge. What Amcor have done and what other companies will do is they've committed to drive recycling of packaging globally. Their pledge is that all of their packaging will be recyclable or reusable by 2025. Now that is a big, big call for a very, very large packaging company, but it shows really goodwill. But how do we deliver this in Indonesia? There are some major geographic and logistic constraints in developing recycling programs in Indonesia. There are lots and lots of islands, mostly village-based systems, apart from the major population centers, and high litter densities, as I'll show you. I'm going to show you a small case study from Bali in a minute. So what does it require? It requires infrastructure. It requires business models which are focusing on that circular economy, and it involves whole of community commitment. And that is a hard thing to do because there needs to be communication across the community. The structures are there. There are right down to the lowest level of organization in Bali, the Banjars, and in other areas of Indonesia, similar groups. But what is really obvious is that different scales are required. So I've mentioned Les, and I'm going to talk about Les in a minute with a population of 8,000. And then that image that I showed you right at the beginning was from Muncah in Eastern Java, where Project Stop is targeting 100% recycling of waste. And that is a population of 130,000. So the approach to these is quite different because it's not always possible to scale up small solutions to larger population areas. So I want to talk a little bit about Les because I think the village scale is an important one to look at when we're talking about small islands. I've been involved in taking students to Les Village for quite a long time now, and through support from the Australian government, through what's known as the New Colombo Plan travelling scholarships, I take students, not this year, unfortunately, but every year since 2018. And we do some environmental audits as part of their studies. In doing that, and Les Village is right up here in the northeast, so it's a long way away from the major population centres. That's a very important thing. We look at different habitats, including terrestrial habitats, because these are the sources of debris leaking into the ocean. But what we found was that we get the highest densities of plastics and litter in general on the beach, the adjacent beach. And this is 8,389 items per 1,000 square meters. This is a really, really large amount of waste on a beach. Most prevalent items are food packaging, which is 17.2%, and cigarette butts, which throughout the world is one of the most littered items. But when we look at the standing stock, so what's sitting in the environment right now, so forget about recycling of new stuff, but what's sitting there right now, almost 1,800 items of litter for every member of the village. So this is a massive legacy which needs to be dealt with, even if we implement forward-looking recycling programs. And this is more like remediation is what we're talking here. So I want to have a look at what Les Village has done, because I think this is a really good model community. They initially had, through government funding, they built a recycling facility in 2014, but the processes weren't in place until 2016 to actually start commissioning that. We started environmental monitoring because you need environmental monitoring to work out if management solutions are being effective or not. And I think this is, I'm biased because that's the sort of thing I do. But, if we're going to manage, we need to manage effectively, and we need to manage based on empirical data. So environmental monitoring. Introduction of 2 shredders. I'll talk a little bit more about those in a minute. But basically, these are compact machines which shred plastic and then can make new products out of that using a heat process to extrude the plastic. And this was a sponsorship program through a clothing company and a bunch of other partners, and I'll come back to Plastic Collective shortly. This is also associated with education awareness and progressive implementation of management as we get more information about what needs to be done to address the problem. So just have a quick look in pictures about how this worked. So here's the TPST, the recycling facility. In 2016, that started. Then we had the community education in the 2 schools within the village. We had household plastic assessment to look at the viability of different business models. So is there enough plastic being used in the village to actually generate a thriving recycling business? Environmental baseline monitoring through students from Southern Cross University. The introduction of the Schroeder in 2019. Schroeder workshops to raise community awareness and as another source of income. So for tourists, come and get involved in a recycling project. This was an important component. Re-education of communities about segregation. One of the biggest issues with the recycling was that people weren't adequately segregating their waste into the different components to make it less labor intensive to recycle. So that is continuing as we speak. And then tackling some of these low value and non-recyclable items. And this was, as I said, cigarette butts are one of the most commonly littered items. And this is Carroll University students very early this year before COVID prevented travel. And they established some what are called butt bins. So somewhere where people could put their cigarette butts in the areas which had the highest densities of these. And I'm looking forward to getting back there to see how effective they've been. But what I really want to conclude, or not conclude, but really focus on for the rest of this talk is the next step, because I'm involved in a very, very exciting project which has taken the principle of these small recycling machines to the next level, where it's not just about shredding and extruding, but it's looking at a target of 100% of different types of plastics, working with international companies. And Louise Hardman is the founder and CEO of Plastic Collective, who have led this program inspirationally, and in which Southern Cross is involved through both the chemical analysis, but also the environmental work. What what a Schroeder recycling station is a containerized system, which is computerized with its own power through a generator. It has a range of different tools to look at compression of plastics to make it easier to transport them, looking at granulation to sell products of certain types on, balers for things like plastic PET bottles, again, which will help with transportation, and that's one of the biggest costs with a lot of recycling. But also the potential to produce locally needed items from the plastic that is recycled. And this is all associated with environmental and social monitoring. One of the most important things that's happening in the plastics field at the moment is, as big companies are becoming aware of the need to reduce plastics, there is a system which is quite similar to the carbon credit system which is being introduced, whereby producers of plastic can buy plastic or pay for plastic to be collected from the environment and recycled. And this is representing a huge potential income stream, particularly in countries where average weekly incomes are quite low. It makes a big difference to economies. So the Schroeder recycling stations cater for communities up to 40,000. So it's a big step up from the 8,000 at Les. They can process around 250 tons per year. And they're associated with training in terms of reduction strategies within the community and various other training programs. So we're developing this at the moment through investment from the Australian federal government through what's known as a cooperative research centre. We were fortunate enough to get almost 2.5 million in February this year. And this is going to allow us to develop the program into the containerized system and pilot them in some remote and regional Indigenous communities. What will happen from that is that will feed back into refinement of the program, whereby we hope it will be perfect for deployment in places like Indonesia, for example. And just to show you what the primary income streams are, this is the sort of value we get from simple shred or bale, $500 to $2,500 per ton. Capitalizing on plastic credits, as I said, that's actually really quite lucrative, given that it just involves collecting. But then potential earnings from just basic products that you make with the recycled plastic is upwards of 4,000 tons. And some of the stuff we're talking about is designer products, which obviously would have a huge markup compared to that. So this is really, really exciting project to be involved with. The pilot study was going to be in an Indigenous community in North Queensland, but we've had to shift that due to COVID travel restrictions to a local area just a little bit south of Coffs Harbour. And just to show you how that works, this is the Nambucca Valley. We've got 3 major population centres here, and we have the recycling station, which will be introduced in December, and effectively will recycle materials from each of these major population centres, and we will have environmental monitoring in the terrestrial environment, in the river, and in estuarine and beach settings. So we've already started to gather baseline data so that we can see how things change relative to control locations down the track. So in concluding, I want to say that while I focused on recycling, this is only one of the measures that we need in order to reduce marine debris. And I couldn't put it any better than Winnie Lau and co-authors in the abstract, the final part of the abstract of their paper in Science. And I'll read that to you. It says, to avoid a massive buildup of plastic in the environment, coordinated global action is urgently needed to reduce plastic consumption. We can all do that. Increase rates of reuse, waste collection, recycling, partly individuals, partly local and national governments. Expand safe disposal systems and accelerate innovation in the plastic value chain. And I think once we start to value plastics properly, this will flow on, because if there's money involved, people will find a way. It's a simple thing to say, but very true. I challenge you finally, because this is about challenges. Will you accept the challenge? Can we all band together, rally around our local communities, build that up, and deliver national priorities to reduce plastic in the environment? I hope so, and I look forward to working with my colleagues in Maluku and in Indonesia more broadly to try and be part of that solution. Thank you very much. I'll just leave you with a couple of selected references.
Thank you very much, Steve. Very interesting, very clear-cut presentation from observation until the solution given. And I really, really hope that one or some shredders can be applied or put in small islands in Maluku, and probably one shredder recycle center. Let's just hope for that. And now we will come to question and answer session. The committee has received many questions and try to combine and choose a similar question to deliver to the speaker. So we choose 3 questions for each speakers. So I would start with Kirsten, lady first. So there are 3 questions for Kirsten. The first, based on your research, we know that pesticide is harmful. How Australia treats their food from pesticide, maybe we can learn from that. Certainly, there are many policies to prevent that, but how the implication? That's the first question. Should I read 3 of them or just one by one?
Maybe just one by one.
Okay, go ahead. And
Yes, so in Australia, there is some regulation of pesticides, but there were also a whole bunch of pesticides that were put on the allowed use of pesticides before we actually knew about their harmful effect. And deregulating pesticides is actually quite difficult because the burden of proof is actually on us to demonstrate that they're causing environmental harm. So removing a pesticide is actually more difficult than listing a pesticide for use in Australia. In terms of the food safety aspect, it's been overlooked in seafood. I think largely they do some toxicology type tests. They do look for heavy metal contamination and for algal toxins. But there hasn't traditionally been screening of pesticides. But certainly when food is sent to the European Union, things like prawns, shrimp in particular, they do testing for pesticides. And so it's not routinely done in Australia at the moment. I think we need to be doing a lot more of that. And it is really about awareness of the fact that it is getting into our seafood. So the first step is really to do the research to demonstrate that it is a problem, and then we can start making recommendations to government. In terms of the small island communities, I guess it's really just a matter of thinking about it, the control of use of pesticides in agriculture more broadly, so it's not getting into the seafood in the first place.
Okay, thank you very much. I like that. Have always to start with research. So the second question for you is, in Indonesia, we know that organic farm is expensive, although that can produce healthy food for us. What can you suggest about that?
I think that's largely an education thing. I think the reason that organic food tends to be more expensive is because it is on a small scale. But the reality is that it actually can cost less to farm organically, particularly in things like the integrated prawn rice farming that I was mentioning, because you have less costs associated with the input. So if organic farming is done well with integrated pest management type solutions that don't require chemicals, the cost should be lower, so it shouldn't cost as much to produce. But the main reason that it costs more is because of the scale of production, and that it is actually, when things are produced on a large scale, they are marketed at a cheaper rate. So I think that it really is around education and making people realise that because of the scale, it is a niche product, it is more valuable and it is more healthy, and just promoting the nutritional value, the benefits for the environment, and hopefully getting uptake that way. Support for the industry generally.
Okay, and the third question, at least 3 face plantation area at Ambon. Oh, there are at least 3 plantations, small area at Ambon Bay Beach. Meanwhile, fish culture floating cage increased lately in Ambon Bay. Do you think the pesticide will affect the fish culture?
It totally depends on what types of pesticides are being used for that agricultural activity. And, it can be a matter of just asking the farmers what they use. And it can also be a matter of, finding out from suppliers, what people are actually buying. If the farmers don't want to tell you, then what are people actually buying? That's another way of finding out. Because different pesticides have different solubility in water, and they also have different half-lives in the environment. So they're not necessarily all going to be as bad as the others. And they may break down very quickly in marine environments, and they may not be uptaken by fish. So the first step would actually be to find out what people are using to know if it really is a problem.
Okay, great idea. So the last question, actually there's 4. Sorry. Last question for you is, how is the possibility of pesticide to contaminate the water source as in freshwater shallow well? What do you think about that?
I'm not quite sure I understood the question. So the possibility...
The possibility of pesticide to contaminate the shallow well, a freshwater shallow well. So most people in small islands still use shallow well to get fresh water.
Yeah, that's actually quite a problem. And there was actually a study done in our Coffs Harbour area where they found fungicides, for example, in people's water tanks. So yeah, that definitely pesticides can come in through groundwater and they can get into wells. Again, it's probably a matter of knowing what type of pesticides people are using and whether they're the type that would penetrate through the soil and into that groundwater to appear in the wells. But there is a potential. I suspect that it's not a great problem in Ambon, and I don't want to put like fear into the hearts of people, because I imagine the pesticides are not being used there on the scale that they're used for big commercial agricultural industries. So if the food production is mostly for a local sort of, domestic use, they're not trying to export, volumes of blueberries, for example. So certain crops they use more than others, but there are a lot of crops that people don't need to use a lot of pesticides. Blueberries, they do need to use a lot because things eat the berries, they eat the plants, and it's a high value crop that they're trying to protect. So I suspect it's probably not that big a problem, but it still is really important to be aware of what pesticides they might be using, because that does influence whether they get into the ground wells. And it could be advice back to the government that, maybe we shouldn't be allowing this in this area where, people have groundwater wells. So, yeah, again, I just put it back onto the idea of knowing what people are using before getting too worried about it. But then once you know what to sample for, you know what to look for if people are using certain things.
Totally agree with you. I think it's only small scale in Ambon, but we still need to control or prevent it to be used extensively. And of course, I agree that research has to be done to determine the contamination. Thank you very much, Kristen. Now I'm going to ask question for Professor Oki Rajasa. Prof. Oki, the first question, as we know, Indonesia has succeeded in expanding its continental shelf in the waters west of Aceh and north of Papua. Has there been research in that zone to ascertain the natural resources contained in it?
Thank you so much for the question. As I mentioned in my slide, that one of my research center is geotechnology, and then oceanography. That could be one of the possibility to conduct research on that area in the our program. So basically that has already been conducted. So we have done that in the north of Papua with the Geological Research Institute. As for the Sabang, yes, if I'm not mistaken, the question.
Oh. West Aceh.
Yeah, and Aceh, then as I mentioned, we call for proposal for the joint expedition. It's basically it's open not only for deep sea but also for shallow water. So basically, there's possibility to conduct the study on that area as well. Thank you.
Okay, so in North Papua has been conducted, and there's a call for proposal, everybody, for joint research in the west of Aceh. Thank you very much. The second question is, what is the future plan for deep sea research in Maluku, or especially Banda Sea? Is there any particular subject that LIPI will focus at Banda Sea?
As I presented, we have three different area on geoscience and oceanography and lithography, as well as that's the biggest team. And we are currently refocusing our interest in the early of 2021, and we will be able to formulate the research focus for our research in the Banda Sea. So next week on November 5th to 7th, I will be in Ambon to discuss about the our future research collaboration and research interest for the Maluku area, including in Banda Sea. Thank you.
Great to hear that. I'm very glad to hear that. So Banda Sea in Maluku is really untouched and unexplored. I think it's really time to start to explore it. and I believe there's a tremendous tremendous value that we can dig up from that deep sea. And
Sorry,
third
Pak
question.
Gino. I'd like to add information regarding the study on the West Sumatra. Actually, the massive and active research was conducted soon after the tsunami
Oh, I see.
in 2004. So we have accumulating data on that. But after several years now, yeah, I think we need to have additional data on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. So the third question, is there any plan to develop facility in Lipi Ambon for deep sea research? When will it start? And will the new research vessel be stationed in Ambon?
Yeah, so for the new equipment in the Ambon, in our station for deep sea in Ambon, will be completed next year. So I have allocated budget for additional research equipment in deep sea research center in Ambon. And for the new research vessel will be available sometime after the middle of 2023. And for next year, in June, our current Barunajaya 8 research vessel will be retrofitted for improvement. So yes, 2024, that will be the best time for start the real research expedition using our new research vessel. But now we are also scheduling to have the establishment of our research infrastructure between 2020 and 2021. So by 2022, Deep Sea Research Center in Ambon will be a good one and ready for both national and international collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm really, really glad to hear that. So finally, we are ready to explore Banda Sea. And hopefully by that time, the pandemic's already finished.
Hopefully, thank you.
So Steve and Kirsten can come.
Yes.
So now we go to the last session of question, Q&A, to Steve Smith, Professor Steve Smith. The first one is how to handle the garbage that keeps coming, not from the beach itself, but in the form of rubbish sent from other places. Even though cleaning continues to be carried out, the trash sent from other places keep coming.
Look, it's a really good question, and it's one of the myths to a certain extent that I meet many places. Hey, it's not our trash, somebody else has got to deal with it. The reality of the situation is, yes, sometimes it does come from elsewhere. I'll give you an example. We have bottles, it's called the Bottles on Beaches program that we have in Eastern Australia, where we pick up plastic drink bottles from remote beaches, and up to 50% of those actually come from passing ships. And 24% of that plastic is actually from Chinese products which are not available in Australia. So it happens, but by far the majority of plastics and debris washing up on beaches is generated locally. There's been a lot of concern by some communities that in Africa, for example, a colleague is looking at surveys in one country where they're getting a lot of trash from another country. So this does happen with ocean currents. The only way we can approach this effectively is to provide or push the responsibility back up. Go upstream instead of downstream. I said before, we could spend the rest of our lives picking up plastic on beaches, and we'd gradually get more and more and more, and it wouldn't stop the problem. So what we have to do is have the education, push that responsibility back up to ensure that At local scales through to much larger scales, we have systems in place, but also that there's education around that to make sure that people understand why they need to manage their plastic more effectively. I think Willem's in the audience today, and some of the work that he presented in the last conference in Ambon indicated, for example, that plastics impact every type of fishing in Ambon Bay. And so when we actually indicate this more broadly to people and indicate why it's important for them personally to be involved in more proactive management, then I think that is a sort of win-win situation. But ultimately, it's at all those scales that I've indicated before, and it starts with individuals. But really, there is when you get into jurisdictional differences, like in Bali, for example. In Bali, everybody says everything comes from Java, so you know it's always going to be the case, and definitely some research will help. But I think rather than point the finger, it's really going upstream to look for solutions.
Thank you very much, Steve. The second question: are the solutions and strategy for managing marine debris problems in small island different than in big island or continent?
Look, I think the principles are exactly the same. One, we have to value plastic. Two, we have to implement infrastructure associated with education. But maybe the way we actually implement the on-ground works will be different. So you have the benefit of scale in large population centers, and I'll use Muncar as an example there. I visited in October last year, and they have a fantastic facility. They've established not just the infrastructure, but the collecting. They've got buy-in by locals who are employed to run the recycling facility and therefore benefit from it. And that is a very, very different system to the village-based system in Les Village. But the principles are the same. And I think probably where we lack information is at what scale different types of implementation or intervention, I should say, will be most effective. Certainly the Schroeder recycling stations have been developed now over about a 6-year period, looking at limitations of earlier models, and have hit a sweet spot for those sort of 40,000, say 20 to 40,000 people populations. When you've got very small communities, it's probably not going to be cost effective to set up recycling facilities, but then you have to establish those transport mechanisms and connections to maybe a regional hub. And I think, you know, this is the sort of business planning. You can't do that stuff without looking at costs, because ultimately governments are not going to just keep investing and keep investing. There needs to be some money coming back into the system from this. Now, in Indonesia, that might be through increased tourism. Clearly, that's not possible at the moment with the pandemic, but you know, clean beaches, clean dive locations will promote increased tourism. And we look at those alternative streams, those non-direct streams, which can help to support some of those solutions too. So I don't know if I answered that question. I've gone round about a little bit, but I think the reason for that is a big question, and we probably haven't got all the answers just yet.
I think you answered it. The principle is basically the same. So the third question is, what is your suggestion to resolve the marine debris problems in Maluku?
Well, I think this has got to be government-led. I mean, Maluku is it's problematic because over 90% of the area is ocean. Once that plastic gets into the ocean and it disappears outside of the bays, etc., it's going to be quite costly to recover. So what we have to do is stop it getting into the ocean in the first place. There are some fairly simple procedures that have been put in place in different countries, and there are some fantastic models within Southeast Asia about how we might be able to do that. But I think, you know, having that local responsibility and starting at that smaller scale, but generating the impetus for to let government know that this is something which is important to the community. I mean, ultimately, government should be responding to community needs, community demands. And when this is so closely linked to fisheries productivity, to quality of life, and to potentially tourism, then there's obvious need for that buy-in by government. But one of the challenges we give to our AMCOR participants when we do this corporate social responsibility program is we send them back to their country, wherever that may be, from across the world, and we challenge them to come up with a local solution. And it's amazing how quickly those snowball to other members of the community who see the value of them. So it can be led by individuals, but ultimately we have to have that buy-in from government as well.
Okay, thank you very much. We accept that challenge. Anyway, there's one more question just entered for Steve. I'm sorry, there's one more, because we think this is quite important. What's the best way to make people realize and aware that plastic is very damaged in today's life? It's very damaging in today's life.
Well, I think we recently had a conference with our postgraduate students, and it was all about communication. How do we get the message out? And I think some of the most powerful ways I've seen that people can get the message out about impacts of plastic is images of animals that have died through ingestion of plastic, through entanglement, images of reefs. And I have, unfortunately, plenty from Indonesia, where we've got fishing nets on corals and the coral is completely dead. So ultimately, people will make a change when they know that it impacts their life. And so depending on how they walk that life, what they're actually doing, we have to be able to develop those messages to specific target groups. I think one of the things we're trying as an example is one of the worst places for cigarette butts in Les Village is in the fishing preparation area, because a lot of the guys are there preparing their nets, talking about when they're going to go fishing, smoking cigarettes. And last time I was there, I showed them a paper which indicated how just even a small amount of the products of smoking in a container of water with marine organisms can actually cause mortality. And when you magnify that to the scale with which that we have with cigarette butts, for example, it's not difficult to generate that vision of impacts on livelihoods. And I think ultimately that was a good message. I don't know if it's been effective. I'll tell you when I next go back.
Thank you very much, Steve. With this last questions, I would like to conclude the first session of invited speakers. Thank you very much, Prof. Oki Rajasa, Prof. Kirsten Beckendorf, and Prof. Steve Smith. We are still waiting for the minister to enter the area, but I think there's no news if he's already finished with his previous program. So I will just have to improvise. I would like to ask if, so before that, I would like to give everybody to give a big round of applause for the three speakers. And then I would like to ask if the next speaker, Prof. Kawai or Prof. Ilona Danisenko and Prof. Serge Andrevo is already in the Zoom room. Are you guys there?
I'm here.
Hi.
Hi.
Nice to see you again.
Good morning. Good morning from Moscow.
Yeah, still, well, what time is it there?
It's 5:56.
Oh,
When I told my husband that, we will start 4 o'clock in the morning, he told me that I'm most probably confusing with the time.
Thank you very much. I'm so sorry to trouble you this morning.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure, Jim.
Thank you very much, Ilona. Is Pak Serge, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Gino.
Okay, and I think Kay is not there yet, right? So maybe we will go with Laszlo. But I would like to remind you that when the minister entering, we will postpone or pause this session and continue after the keynote speech of the minister. I apologize for that.
You
I
have
think,
to-
hold on a second. If you just give me a second, I need to check the schedule.
This will be 45 minutes in advance.
Right. So you get like 10 to 12 minutes to give presentation, and then afterwards we will have a Q&A. Hold on a second. Just give me a second. I'm sorry about this. Prof. Kawai, I'm so sorry. I would like to inform you that we will, while waiting for the minister to come to the Zoom meeting, we will continue with invited speaker session, but we will postpone or pause in the middle if the minister enter the room, and we will continue afterwards. So we start without further ado. I would like to introduce another three great speakers today. The first, always the lady first. It's Dr. Ilona Danisenko from Russia, and then Prof. Who's the second one? Let's see. The second one would be Prof. Kawai, and the last one will be Prof. Serge Andreva from IRD France. Prof. Kawai is from Japan. So I will now I'm sorry, I'm not really prepared because I thought the next session will be the session of the minister, but let me quickly open the Okay, let me introduce you to Dr. Ilona Danisenko, MD, MMH. Dr. Ilona Danisenko graduate medicine from Moscow Medical Academy, and then he getting the specialization in surgery and general medicine, followed by a diploma in emergency medicine in 2002. Got her master degree in maritime health in Rovira and Virgili University, Tarragona, Spain. And she is a specialist in hyperbaric medicine and water sports from the Cadiz University of Spain. He continued his medical education and occupational health and occupational medical examination at the Central State Medical Academy, and he accredited by Norway Maritime Directorate as the physician in Moscow. He is also the past director or president of International Maritime Health Association. So the second speaker is Prof. Kawai. I think you haven't sent me your CV. Prof. Kawai is the head of Southeast Asia or Pacific Center Study in Kagoshima University, and has been collaborating with University of Patimura for quite a long time. We already renew our MOU, and just like Southern Cross and IRD, and then he several times came to visit Ambon and do research in Ambon. The third speaker is Prof. Serge Andrevois from IRD. I don't dare to pronounce the IRD because kind of difficult for me. And he's the expert in remote sensing and has spent a lot of time in Indonesia, especially in Bali and Nusa Penida, doing a huge project in collaboration with many Indonesian research institute and ministries. So Serge can speak Bahasa Indonesia and have several times visit Maluku to give a talk and to do research together with scientists in Maluku. So without further ado, I will now ask Dr. Ilona Danisenko to start her presentation. The stage is yours, Ilona.
Thank you, Diogina. Will you put the presentation or shall I do it?
You can do it because you are co-host now.
I'm actually very bad with this.
Hold on. If you can, then I will ask the committee to do that.
Yeah. Can you?
Right. I would like to ask the committee, panitia bisa tolong slide-nya Ibu Ilona Danisenko. Panitia bisa tolong the slide of Ilona. Sorry for the delay. The presentation is being prepared by the committee.
Thank you.
Gino, Pak Menteri masuk tuh.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Ilona. It looks like the minister is already here.
Okay, good. So I asked my son, maybe he can install the
presentation. I will ask the committee to prepare it just in case.
Okay.
So thank you very much for your understanding. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, my pleasure.
I think I will now we will now welcome the Minister of Menristek. I will give the microphone back to the MC.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gino, for the plenary session 2 with Prof. Dr. K. Kawai and also Dr. Ilona Denisenko and Prof. Dr. Serge Andrevois from French. We continue after the session, keynote speaker session, with the minister. We would like to welcome the minister. Thank you very much for joining us. this morning, Professor Bambang PS Brojonegoro, PhD. He is the Minister of Research and Technology of the Republic of Indonesia, also the head of National Research and Innovation Agency. And for this session, for the keynote speaker session with the Minister, I would like to invite the moderator to conduct the whole session. Please, Professor Dr. Insinyur Alex Retraubun, MSc.
Thank you, MC. Pertama-tama, selamat siang Pak Menteri.
Ya, selamat siang Pak Alex.
Selamat siang waktu Ambon, selamat pagi waktu Jakarta. Right, after the first plenary session, now we move to the next agenda is the keynote speech delivered by His Excellency Prof. Dr. Bambang Permadi Sumantri Brojonegoro. And again, he is the Minister of Research and Technology, National Research and Innovation Agency of the Republic of Indonesia. The time available for this agenda is about 45 minutes, including time for question and answer. Now, at the end of the speech, I will give opportunity to the participants to ask few questions, and then Prof. Bambang will answer them. Now the time for His Excellency Prof. Bambang to deliver the speech, and Prof. Bambang, time is yours.
Thank you, Pak Alex. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Good morning, Jakarta, and very good afternoon in Ambon. Prof. Alex, my good friend, as well as all the speakers and distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation, and I will do my best to do presentation, a little bit presentation about the small islands issues, and especially related, of course, to the marine and fisheries, which is Pak Alex's specialty. So, of course, we know about Indonesia. Indonesia has the second longest coastal line in the world, the largest archipelagic country in the world, and the difference between the size of inner water and island, as you can see, is 10 times compared to the territorial waters. And then the economic exclusive zone is also quite large. And of course, the number of islands. That's why the issue of small islands is very relevant with Indonesia. With the total island around 17,000, with 16,000 already has the name and already registered or submitted to the UN. Of course, we need to make sure that any people who live in the small islands get their access, and we care about their prosperity. And at the same time, of course, when we are talking about resources, marine resources, then the management of small islands is very critical. Of course, Maluku is one of the provinces that has maybe the most small islands compared to other provinces in Indonesia. Geologically, of course, we are the meeting point among the three tectonic plates, the Pacific Plate, Indo-Australian Plate, as well as Eurasian Plate. And then the area is tectonically active. And as we can see, we experience a lot of earthquakes, and we have plate boundaries in terms of subduction, collision, transform fault, as well as everybody knows about the active volcanoes. So the title Ring of Fire for Indonesia, of course, with clear reason. And of course, at one point, at one side, it will give us kind of benefit in terms of the soil fertility, for example. But on the other, of course, we have to watch the potential disaster that could happen. And then if we look at the experience in the past, aside from the big tsunamis in Aceh in 2004, We also have the earthquake back in 2012. And then, as we can see, islands in Maluku, especially Banda, also has potential earthquake. And Banda actually hosts 40% of tsunami in Indonesia on the period 1600 to 2015. So in the duration of 400 years, Banda already hosts 40% of tsunami. It means that, again, disaster management, especially early warning system, has to be in place. So back to the marine biology now. And maybe in Indonesia, of course, since this is islands, then we have a lot of straits. Some straits are quite big, especially Strait of Makassar and Strait of Lombok. And in fact, it becomes the third access of international ship going through Indonesia, aside from Malacca Strait and also Sunda Strait near Jakarta. But aside from being, strait that very important for transshipment, this strait also reflects kind of virtual boundary. Yeah, on the next page, please. Virtual boundary between one part of Indonesia and another part of Indonesia. So we can see the difference or the distinct biodiversity across the region in Indonesia. And in 1854, Wallace, observing and collecting various animals, mostly insects, and conducted around 70 expeditions in Nusantara, and collecting more than 125,000 specimens of animals, again, most of them insects, but also numerous amphibians, birds, and mammals. So many of them at the time were new to the science. And one of the famous specimens is the Wallace flying frog or gliding tree frog, as you can see on the picture. And Wallace depicted in detail how this species was in the state of transfer. So Wallace actually created a line, of course, virtual line, that differentiate between western part of Indonesia and the eastern part of Indonesia. On the next page, we can see what I mean by the importance of Strait of Makassar and Strait of Lombok. Of course, deep sea trends between Bali and Lombok, as well as between Borneo and Sulawesi, which is Strait of Makassar, show significant change in biodiversity. So we have actually the boundary where the West Indonesia is and the East Indonesia is. And Southeast Asian tropical fauna and flora change to a rather Australian, although they are still different. But at least between the West and the East of the Strait of Makassar and Strait of Lombok, there are differences. And actually it increased our biodiversity, the richness of our biodiversity. And some of the islands between Great Sunda Islands and Australia and New Guinea have very isolated and peculiar population, whereas the Southeast relatively close to the biology of Australia. So you can find, for example, small kangaroo in some part of Papua, which is very close to, which is quite similar to kangaroo, of course, at the larger kangaroo in Australia. And there was also a land bridge between the major Southeast Asian islands as Sumatra, Java, Bali, Borneo, and Malay Peninsula, whereas Australia connected with Papua New Guinea. So if you look at the map, you can see Australia and Papua New Guinea is very close in Torres Strait. And of course, we never realized that they are very close. While on the West, we realized that in the past, maybe years, 100 years before, or 1,000 years, I don't know, Sumatra, Java, until Bali, plus Borneo and Malay Peninsula actually is one continent, one areas. So that's why there are similarities on the biology of those areas. So Wallacea is a biodiversity hotspot because it is home to great number and variety of endemic species, covering areas more than 340,000 kilometers. And then, again, talking about tsunami, as we know that Banda hosting majority of tsunami that happening during 400 years period. Of course, there are details about what happened in Banda. And of course, we also need to take a look the tsunamis and earthquake that happen not only in Banda, but other part of Maluku. I think the most recent is the earthquake in Ambon. And hopefully, Pak Alex and friends from Patimura University already recovered from the past earthquake. But we know that the area is vulnerable, the area is part of Ring of Fire. And of course, again, warning system is a must. Plus, we have to understand better about the potential disaster, both earthquake, tsunami, and and also the possible of active volcano. So back to our marine biodiversity. So aside from all the Wallacea line and of course the potential earthquake and tsunami, of course there is a benefit to for Maluku Island, which is global epicenter of marine biodiversity in terms of coral triangle. So the area has highest coral diversity in the world, 76% of the world's coral species. So you can imagine 76% variety available in the area. And then Caribbean is one of the competitors, quote unquote, only approximately 8% of the total, which is only 61. And the highest coral diversity located in the Kepala Burung, Bird's Head, Papua, which hosts 574 species. And of course, we know about the Raja Ampat, the famous Raja Ampat, not only for tourism, but also for coral diversity bullseye with 543 species. And then in terms of coral reef species, we can see the area hosts 37% of the world species, 56% of Indo-Pacific region, and 7% only on in Hawaiian Islands. So this area is very rich in terms of marine biodiversity, and it is our responsibility not only to study about this biodiversity, but how to maintain this biodiversity, make sure any climate change, any negative impact would not happen in the area. And at the same time, we need to learn more about how to utilize this biodiversity in the proper way. And then if we look at Indonesian True Flow or ITF, Indonesian seas provide a low latitude pathway for the transfer of warm, relatively low salinity Pacific waters into Indian Ocean. We are located between the two oceans, Pacific and Indian Ocean, and we are in the middle, and that's why the true flow happens. The ITF itself is an integral part of global thermoline circulation, which has impact on the basin budgets of both oceans. And Indonesian seas host the strongest equatorial convective center that drives the global tropical circulation, which affect Madden-Julian oscillation and Asian Australian monsoon and interacts with El Nino southern oscillation. So even from the weather perspective, it's quite complicated. And of course, it creates some kind of diversity in terms of weather. And at the same time, we need to mitigate any potential disaster that could happen from the weather itself. And there is variability in ocean atmosphere process that plays important role not only in East Asian climate, but also for the global climate system. And then if we look at the small islands, we have very many small islands, small and outermost islands. In fact, with the presidential degree, it is listed as 111 small and outermost islands. And Maluku, as you can see, contributing the most. 19 of them are in Maluku, and combined with North Maluku is already 20. And then in Papua, around 12, both West and Papua. And then for others, I think one of the biggest would be East Nusa Tenggara, around 7 islands, and also Aceh, with 7 islands, mostly located close to the border with India. So there has to be some kind of special treatment of these small islands, because this is not only small, but this is outermost, meaning that they might have implication in terms of border, international border between Indonesia and other countries. So border in Maluku in Papua might be related to countries like Palau or Pacific countries, Pacific Islands, while in North Sulawesi, it might have implication on the border between Indonesia and Philippines. In Aceh, as I mentioned, between Indonesia and India. And of course, there could be also islands in Kalimantan that bordering Indonesia with Philippines and Indonesia with Malaysia. So this is not just environmental control, but this is also state sovereignty. And in Maluku, as you can see, there are a lot of islands categorized as small islands. And let's take some of the example in Maluku. Yeah, first with Pulau Fani. Yeah, the previous page, please. Pulau Fani. Pulau Fani is group of island that was formed due to slow lifting generated by tectonic activity. The second island in the middle and the main island is connected during low tide in the morning. And abundant coral diversity ready to be observed. Calm waters allow corals to grow well without the need for much adaptation. However, those coral on the island is also under adaptation. They are robust and cannot break easily. The density of each coral also higher than other on the other island. And habitat, and this island is also habitat for various bird species. Large island, high and dense vegetation attract seabirds only for transit or to settle down. So with this small island, you can see already the richness of this island in biodiversity. Aside from the coral diversity, you can also look at various bird species. Another example on the next page is a small island called Bras Vanildo. This island is a group of islands that was formed similar due to slow lifting generated by tectonic activity. And then the islands also connected during low tide in the morning. And this is coral type atoll reef or coral formation, circular in shape, resembling a ring, and habitat for various bird species. And the coral ecosystem inside and outside the atoll are different. The current inside the atolls tend to be calmer because they are protected, while extreme oceanographic activity doesn't disturb the ecosystem in the atoll. And therefore, there are many types of ornamental corals that live in calm currents. And then the next one, Leti Island, and this is mangrove vegetation. Although they are in unhealthy category, lightly damaged. However, this ecosystem still has good potential, ranging from carbon absorption and storage, habitat for various marine biota, to the potential to be developed as means of marine ecotourism and education. And of course, you can see the map of the islands, and the seagrass condition also quite healthy, although some of them less healthy. And then there are 9 species now being observed, and the potential is also quite high for the utilization of the seagrass itself. And management and utilization of the ecosystem should be integrated based on data information related to the coastal ecosystem. However, our world is changing, and you know the reason of the changing is the climate change. And climate change, as you know, caused by human activity that could damage biological and social system. So even for these small islands, and we know the danger of small islands around the world, not only in Indonesia, but also many countries that really only consist of small islands, they are in danger of, you know, disappear in quite maybe a long period of time. Then we need urgent mitigation of greenhouse gas emissions if degradation of marine ecosystem and associated human hardship are to be prevented. So small islands again will very much hampered by this event. So again, we need to remind the importance of mitigation. And important to notice that if global temperature increase all around the world, then there will be dissolved oxygen reduced, pH increase, meaning the water is more acid, and this will reduce ocean productivity. So it's not only about the surface, but also about the availability of food, energy that generated by the ocean to the people. So the danger is basically double. It's not only about the island, but also about the productivity of the seawater of the ocean. And what will be strategic direction for small island development? First, we need to map potential and condition of ecosystem and fish resources based on connectivity. And then doing zonation planning based on the appropriate utilization and carrying capacity of the environment. And again, I would like to underline carrying capacity of the environment, because sometimes we cannot estimate well the carrying capacity, and as a result, we tend to overutilize or abusing the resources in the islands or in the certain areas. And then third, assigning of island cluster-based ecosystem management units and fish resources, and designing integrated management of ecosystem and resources based on conservation and society. So the idea is, again, to maintain and to protect the small islands from the marine biological point of view. And then what will be the future challenges on the area of this, on the issues of small islands? Of course, we need to adapt to the application of IoT in marine observation and fisheries. There are more and more application, anything related to digital that deals directly with marine observation and especially with fisheries. There are a lot of good application for fisheries that actually really helps the fishermen. At least I know one of the application that can create direct access from fishermen to sell their fresh fish directly into the final buyers, supermarket, restaurant, any retail, without going through a lot of intermediaries. And this is the magic of the so-called IoT or the application. The other one would be about biodiversity itself, about acquisition, quantification from macro to micro, biodiscovery, and bioprospecting. And then, of course, energy and waste management. Of course, we want to stay away from fossil fuel. And we have to now be aware, in Indonesia, there are still many small islands that depends on fossil fuel energy, especially the diesel engine. And of course, this is highly polluted, very expensive, and we need to get rid of that. But of course, we have to find the substitute. And the substitute has to be renewable energy, either from solar cell, from wind, from biomass, and from any other potential primary energy. And waste management, of course, we want to create clean ocean, and we don't want the waste just thrown away to the ocean because they think ocean is the big dumpster. So this is the mentality that we need to educate to the people living in the small island. And of course, we have, because we are in the research community, we need to strengthen research infrastructure and then pay attention to disaster resilience, both natural and anthropogenic, as well as social sciences. Again, this is islands, and society in the islands could be different with the society in the continents. That's why Indonesia is unique compared to many other countries in the world that is basically continent. So we need to make sure understanding about potential conflict, strategic issues across border, local knowledge acquisition, and preservation. And of course, for our community, we need to increase collaboration between universities, research institute, media, government, and private sector. So this is small islands, but I want to make sure the issue is not that small. This is just small in terms of physicality, but in terms of complexity, of course, it's quite complex, and we need to observe many things. So a little bit on IoT, as I mentioned, many universities already has, produced some kind of IoT for marine, for fishery. For example, Bogor, IPB University already launched Agro-Maritime 4.0 concept. At the time, I was still in Bappenas. I remember I was asked to deliver the speech to promote the idea of this Agro-Maritime 4.0. And of course, the idea is to integrate natural resources, that we have to avoid this connection between land, agro, and maritime sector. Of course, there is no need of so-called duality between the land resources and the maritime resources. They need to be integrated because each one of them will have the similar benefit. For example, when we are talking about the medicine, because now we are in the middle of pandemic, we are talking about the medicine. Yes, current medicine might rely on the land or agro base, but the future medicine might rely on maritime, on marine resources. So it means we have to always understand the connection between the land resources and maritime resources. And we are also on the first of technological revolution, which fundamentally transform the way we live, the way we work, and the way we connect with each other. And of course, this COVID-19 pandemic tells us that we can accelerate digital transformation, even when we do not plan to do that, because we have to, in order to make sure economic activity still working in the most productive way. And then, of course, there is innovation in mariculture, farming marine organism for production and fisheries. And then smart and precision fishing. Now there are a lot of equipments, a lot of application to help fishermen to detect where they can do the fishing without having to go around in long period of time with some risk. So now the application helps them. And of course, with a lot of big data completed, then big data can be used to create the artificial intelligence in marine and fisheries. So I think the future of marine and fisheries will be quite different, will be quite revolutionized compared to what we are experiencing today. And then next, on the biodiversity acquisition, we can see that the potential of contribution of the marine biodiversity to our GDP quite promising, around 40%, 14%, although it combined the extractive sector. And then marine biodiscovery or bioprospecting activity is a search for marine products derived from marine biodiversity. And including in this activity is a process identifying chemical compounds made by biological organisms, which is often called natural product discovery. And the research has two important results. First, identification and characterization of flora, fauna, and microorganism biodiversity, and then data for various applications, both at the species and derivative level. So at least with the understanding about the research on this area, we can start, first knowing and understanding about biodiversity. And the next step is how can our biodiversity help us as human beings, especially in Indonesia and other countries, not only to produce foods, but also for medicine, for energy, and for many other basic needs of us as a people. Okay, and then next, and this is some of the issues that small islands need to pay attention. I already mentioned about the energy, the importance to find renewable energy and to to abolish, gradual way the fossil fuel. Because I know in Indonesia, at least, many small islands still depend 100% on fossil fuel. And this is the way to get rid of fossil fuel, but not to move to wood, because wood is also distracting from environmental point of view. So we need to really come up with the energy with technology, which is renewable energy. And including, of course, very interesting idea, although still expensive, ocean thermal energy conversion, because ocean create different temperature, different thermal that will create the energy itself. And we have problem with the water. Of course, we are talking about not about salt water, but talking about the water that human being needs. And we need to, we might have to do like rainfall harvesting, water hauling, groundwater extraction, and desalination. Because at the end, if we rely on the original source of the water in the islands, then we can see there is a variety of the rainfall. Sometimes the rainfall is very small, and then poor water quality due to seawater intrusion. And then one last thing that cannot be least, which is waste. And unfortunately, in many developing countries, including Indonesia, sometimes we might care about energy, we might care about water, but we forget about how to manage the waste. And if we have poor waste management, it will impact our health, environment, and also the economy itself, because then economy cannot move, properly because of the waste. So solid waste currently thrown in the open dump sites, and this has happened also in the urban areas in Indonesia, illegally deposited in the sea, which is very dangerous, or unused land, or in the street, or being burned in the residents' backyards. And waste may also be transported from the sea to the island due to the ocean current and wind. So small island resident requires appropriate technology to manage their waste. And since I'm now the Minister of Research and Technology, I want to make sure the technology can be utilized, not only to deal with energy and water, but also to the waste. I think the concept of circular economy needs to be implemented in the small islands, because you don't have many options to do waste management. One way you can do maybe to promote the circular economy. So from the waste into something productive, still productive and useful for the residents or the population of the island. And then on the collaboration between universities, research institute, and others, the key word of the collaboration is human resources, funding, and facilities. This is the reason why we need to collaborate. And I would like to congratulate the Consortium of Marine Biota Diversity based on DNA barcoding, led by Professor Alex institution, Universitas Patimura, with the member of Universitas Papua, Nusa Cendana, and Universitas Hairun. And since the establishment in 2016, the consortium has provided various data and information for management of marine biodiversity in those provinces. The methods is DNA barcoding, and the database is limited due to lack of well-trained taxonomy expert, and using consortium, a collaboration capacity building can be developed further. So at least we will have more comprehensive, more complete data using this DNA barcoding method. And the method itself is a method that has very high accuracy result, only needs minimal number of samples of the observed species, which could help to speed up identification. And this method helps to find solution towards problem encountered in the identification process. And we have, our ministry has appointed Pusat Penelitian Laut Dalam LIPI, the Ocean Research Center in Ambon, as Pusat Unggulan Iptek, or Center of Excellence for Conservation of Tuna Resources. So I really do hope that both institutions might strengthen their collaboration and resources for the advancement of science, technology, and innovation. So good collaboration between Patimura University and Ocean Research Center of LIPI, also located in Ambon, hopefully will help small islands dealing with their issues. And of course, on the other issues like disaster, I already mentioned a lot. Aside from natural disaster, we also have to talk about the next page, the anthropogenic disaster, like toxic marine pollution, toxic marine pollution, eutrophication marine pollution, plastic pollution, oil dumping, and mine tailing. Okay, for the last two, we have been aware, it happens from time to time. and we need to get rid of that. But the toxic marine and eutrophication, I think, is also as important than compared to the plastic pollution as well as oil dumping. And then on the other side, for the disaster early warning system, especially the deployment of buoy to indicate early warning tsunami system, I think is very important in the area of Maluku. And then social issues, I don't want to talk too much about this because we know that it might happen from time to time, and one way to do that is we need to use our ability in inter and multidisciplinary approach to deal with social issues, because it's not only about the economy. It might talk about the border, talk about the illegal fishing, talk about local communities, relationship between fishermen, investor, fishermen and government, so many things. Quite complicated if we just do based on our discipline. So we need to work multidisciplinary approach. And then, of course, we need to strengthen our research infrastructure, including, the research vessels, like the one that now managed either by LIPI or by BPPT, for remotely operated vehicle like buoy, mooring recovery, and others. Okay, and then as a concluding remarks on the next page, small and outermost islands should receive attention and supervision and be managed seriously, especially for, of course, the integrity of our nation. The management of small islands should be in the framework of maintaining territorial integrity, national security and defense, natural resources, empower local communities. All the efforts are in accordance with the principle of archipelago, sustainable, integrated, and community-based perspective. And the small outermost islands suffer most much from the changing world, especially the climate change, and also the anthropogenic activities, and also issues of extreme weather. And again, at the same time, we are on the verge of technology revolution, Industry 4.0, which fundamentally transforms the way we live, the way we work, and the way we connect with each other. Disruptive era is the exponential increase by COVID-19 pandemic. So this is quite complicated, digital revolution and the pandemic. But actually, they are strengthening each other because with the pandemic, we need to accelerate our digital transformation. No one ever imagined a giant disruption in the world like what we have now. We should adapt and move quickly to implement Industry 4.0 or even 5.0 in facing our changing world. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Pak Menteri. It's luar biasa, very inspiring lecture. It's actually material for a 6-month lecture to my student, actually. Luar biasa. Ladies and gentlemen, so what the minister said is that small island is a big issues. The measure of the big issues in terms of ecology, biodiversity, water availability, energy, pollution, and natural disaster. And so I hope the well, Pak Menteri, there is one question, two questions actually they pass it to me. First, what is the government's plan to support small island to benefit local people instead of selling out small island out to benefit big investment and push local people out? And secondly, as we know in Maluku, there are many islands and local wisdom. How we combine the local wisdom and the government policy, because sometimes can cause conflict. That's the only question, Pak Menteri.
Okay. Thank you, Pak Alex. I think the first and second question actually quite related one to the other. So, of course, government plan to support small islands, I believe, has to be based on first about what happened in the island itself, how many people live there, and then what kind of resources available over there. And of course, when people live in the small islands, they need to have all the basic needs in order for them to live sustainably. And one way to do that is to make sure all the basic needs are available. When we are talking about basic needs, as I mentioned in my presentation, number one is water, clean water, including the sanitation. Secondly, about the energy, and the third about waste management. And the idea is to make sure the small islands can be sustainable. Of course, there is another external issues, which is the climate change and potential of the increase of the water surface. Of course, in the issue of external one, which is the climate change, of course, we need to make sure that, globally, Indonesia will always be in accordance with, let's say, Paris Agreement by reducing the pollution, reducing the emission, including moving towards renewable energy. However, this is maybe too macro. It's too big. The area is too big. And one way to deal directly with the mitigation of climate change is to, to prepare a plan that has been done, for example, by country like Maldives, country like in Pacific Islands, in which they are preparing the worst, which is the increase of the surface and potential of the disappearance of the islands themselves. So that's why people have to relocate. And of course, when things happen, I believe Indonesia should be ready. At least Indonesia should have a plan to deal with islands that has in danger or has a risk of the increase of the water surface, meaning potential relocation, or if possible from the beginning, maybe population who live in the area needs to be moved to the other and safer areas. I think that's the first thing to deal with the potential climate change. On the issue of the island itself, with energy, waste, and water, I believe if we can start with energy, and you are talking about the local wisdom. And since my passion is a little bit on energy, I can see that how to generate energy, especially electricity, in the small islands has to be related to the local wisdom. One example, and this is, unfortunately, this is not Maluku, this is on Mentawai Island, which is in the western part of Sumatra. The population has local wisdom to grow bamboo. And as you know, bamboo is not part of the wood. They are not woods, they are just, you can replant the bamboo, you cut the bamboo, and you use the bamboo for the power plant, which is the biomass power plant, becoming the biomass. And then the interesting thing is this is a circular model, because the local population, they are growing the bamboo trees and they sell the bamboo trees. They cut the bamboo trees, they sell the bamboo to the power plant, and power plant generate electricity for the benefit, of course, for the people. And after that, the economy can go on. The power plant can still continue, and at the same time, local people can still get the income from selling providing the bamboos to the power plant. And I believe you can do the same with Maluku, and either through, I don't know, mini hydro if possible, and if not possible, maybe biomass or solar cell. Yeah. And at least energy needs to be provided, not to depend on the diesel fuel. While on the waste, and this is very critical, I think local wisdom is good, but you have to make sure the local wisdom is in line with the waste management. And I believe a good solution for combining local wisdom and waste management is to implement the circular economy. And of course, you have, with the help of the research and technology, we need to find out what kind of circular economy can be implemented by using the waste, by using the majority of waste in those small islands. And hopefully this circular economy can help also the income from for the local people. And for the water, and this is even more critical because sometimes you simply do not have the source of water and you don't have enough rainfall to, let's say, to get the pool of water. So of course, there has to be other ways, using local wisdom to trying to get as much as possible the water for the islands. And maybe if there is a technology of desalination, from seawater into local water, maybe we have to do that. Of course, the technology is quite expensive, but at the same time, we need the water for the living. Or, as I mentioned, then, of course, I don't know whether it's politically correct or not. Maybe people needs to move to the better areas to get their basic needs in terms of water, energy, and waste management. And of course, other support from the government in terms of development, because the small islands considered as a village, and we have the village transfer, direct village transfer from central government to the village. And we hope that the amount of money that transferred can be used to develop many things, including to reduce the poverty and providing basic infrastructure for the islands. I think that will be my response, Prof. Alex.
Thank you, Pak Menteri. The last thing is, I hope Pak Menteri will give support to Patimura University related to consortium of DNA barcoding in the future.
Okay, great. Yeah.
All right, let's give a big applause to the minister.
Thank you so much.
Now I hand over the time again to the MC.
Thank you, Mr. Alex. Now we are already in the second plenary session. Without further ado, we will start plenary session with 3 outstanding speakers, and the whole session will be led by a moderator, Mr. Gino Limon.
Thank you very much. I would like to shortly again introduce the speakers, the great 3 speakers again. The first is Dr. Ilona Denisenko. She is the member of International Maritime Health Association and former president, 2 periods actually, of International Maritime Health Association. And the second one is Prof. K. Kawai from Kagoshima University. Prof. Kawai is the Director of International Center of Island Studies in Kagoshima University. His specialty is in marine biology and doing a lot of research on mollusks. The third speaker is Serge Andrefo. Serge is specialized in remote sensing and spent a lot of time in Bali and Nusa Penida in Indonesia doing big research collaboration with many research institutes and ministry. So without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Ilona Denisenko to talk about very important aspect in developing marine science or fisheries in small islands, which is the maritime health. The stage is yours. You need to unmute first, Ilona. Ilona, you need to unmute.
I did.
Okay, it's okay now.
Yeah, you see my slides now, right?
Yes,
I think I managed. Yeah. So the health and well-being of seafarers and fisheries as well, of course, I, include both, this, specialities in one word. Right now with the pandemic, especially we're facing a dramatic, situation with the fisheries and seafarers trapped at sea on the ships, because, you know, they cannot leave the vessels, they cannot be exchanged. For some people, they, you know, more than 1 year, you know, on the vessel, because the governments in many ports, they're afraid to disembark these people. And even the explanation, you know, that those who are at sea for more than 1 year cannot be dangerous. Another big problem is the health issues, in case that seafarers or fishermen, they have some health issues not, you know, connecting with the SARS. Like recently we had one Russian seafarer with a stroke, and he now paralyzed because their hospitalization was delayed for at least 1 week when something was possible to be done. And it was another case with Indonesian fisherman with a huge hook in his arm close to Australia. And it was not possible, you know, to convince the government on the island they were close to that, you know, this person need the urgent medical assistance. We were fighting around 5 days, you know, for the person, because, you know, I was almost screaming that, you know, he will lose his hand. And I think even the General Secretary of United Nations was involved, and finally he was accepted to the hospital. So we should definitely need to do something concerning this situation, because, you know, there is a second wave of the pandemic, and unfortunately some countries are going back to the lockdown. So when I was a child, we had a very famous cartoon in Russia, made in Australia, 80 Days Around the World. And Phileas Fogg was telling there that the life is a chain, and you have to take care about the links in this chain. So what is maritime medicine, and what and you have to take care about every link in this understanding of this term, to be sure that our seafarers and fishermen are healthy and can do their job. So we have a constantly updating edition of the International Maritime Medicine, and the following definition of this term is giving. The maritime medicine, and not unfortunately still is well established, defined discipline in the medical world. There is practically no specialization in the area, and the establishment of the academical degrees is still developing. There is only few universities who can give this specialization. In general, is postgraduate. The Master in Maritime Health is available only in Spain, and this is in both languages, in Spanish and English. And fortunately, quite a lot of my international colleagues graduate from this course. 2 years ago, we developed a special 3 days course for Panama, which was quite successful. Now Venezuela and Argentina, they're following the path. And I hope that in some other countries, you know, will be also able to implement this subject. I know that, you know, the medical university, Patimura University, are interesting, and they have the maritime medicine as a part of the education of the students. So doctors are special in general, but maritime doctors are very special. So what is the definition of the maritime physician and maritime medicine? The International Maritime Health Association characterized maritime medicine as a broad range of disciplines that aim to improve the health of seafarers by developing more effective approach to health promotion and treatment, both nationally and internationally. So as I mentioned before, only few countries can offer independent discipline in medical faculties. In fact, the Thailand, some years ago, they developed together with the Norwegian Center of Maritime Health 3 years course, quite successful in Thai language. And in Norway, we can see, you know, a very interesting new program in a university in Bergen, French in France. It's a Brest University, some Spanish universities. In Russia, it was somehow abandoned after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and we're trying to re-establish this. So every seafarer who is going to serve on the vessel, he need to pass a special medical examination and to hold a medical certificate, which is written that he is fit for duty. We have kind of Bible about the rules and regulations at sea. This is International Maritime Guide and International Maritime Labor Convention of 2006. And actually, we were all hoping that after the implementation of these documents, we will finally have one single document which will accept it between the all countries, and the certificate will be, you know, almost the same. But unfortunately, it became most probably worse and worse. So you can see the different type of, you know, medical certificates. And very often, if the seafarers are changing the flag or changing the vessel, the company requiring the new certificate, which is actually, you know, the seafarer has to spend the money and the time and to pass a medical examination again. So it was almost the blue dream of the International Maritime Health Association. They finally will harmonize, you know, this certificate and examinations between the all countries. Then, you know, the seafarers 1 in 2 years, because the usual, you know, time frame is 2 years unless he has some medical issues, and it will be accepted in the different countries. But unfortunately, there is still, you know, we have still a road to go there. So one of the other link of the chain in the training of the seafarers, because as you know, there is only a few vessels now has medics or the nurse on board, and the role of the doctor is usually played by one of the officers. Usually it's a first or second mate. They had this special, you know, prolonged courses around 10 days when we're teaching them to be a doctor. And then we have quite a crucial question, because very often the officers are telling me, Doc, we don't want to be a doctor. This is not our task. We want to be seafarers. So please, when you explain these medical terms to us or teach us, this should be very simple, and you have to understand that we will be not able to do some kind of manipulation you're trying to teach us, like IV or, you know, some other things. For all of the seafarers, even with advanced courses, so now the training is every 5 years. And we have a big question, if this training is enough, because even if the doctor, you know, doing some manipulations once every 5 years, he will definitely forget, and he will be not able to, you know, to perform it. So one of the questions that shall we organize kind of refresher courses every 1 or every 2 years? There is a definite need for a revision of the training materials, which is currently available, and especially with the situation with a new pandemic. We just had yesterday the conference in Spain, when I proposed that we need a special training for the doctors and for the seafarers in case they have a COVID-19 patient on board. So, and of course, we need the revision and new edition of HTCW courses in IMO. This is discussed for quite some years, and I hope that, you know, in the nearest future, we will go for this. So one of the next link, it's different medical guides, because when we have a trained personnel on board, of course, in 10 days, you cannot give him the whole knowledge about the medicine. So we need a special medical guide on the ship that, you know, this person will open it and read about the condition and find about exactly the chapter when, you know, it's written about pain in the heart or pain in the abdomen. So we have an international medical guide e-version, which is constantly updated in Norway, and it's written by the different, you know, colleagues from different countries. And we have a different guidelines by ILO, IMO, EW. This is the third edition, published in 2008. And unfortunately, this third edition was already outdated from the moment it went out from the publishing house. The International Maritime Health Organization noticed this immediately, and we were quite upset that in the list of the medical chest, it was no quantities of the medicine. So, for example, it was possible to put 1 tablet of antibiotic or 1 tablet of aspirin to be sufficient. So in 2008, we organized a conference in Athens, and we invited WHO. We expressed our concern. So as a result, the guidance to the International Medical Guide for Ships, the third edition, interim advice regarding the best use of the medical chest for ocean-going vessels without doctors on board, and the joint statement of WHO Collaboration Centers for the Health of Seafarers and International Maritime Health Association 2009 version were published. As a result, we had in 2010 the publication quantification addendum, when finally the WHO published the quantity of the required medications. Right now, we try to produce the next edition of the International Medical Guide for Ships. Unfortunately, WHO decided that they doesn't want to participate, and it's look like we will use a recent Danish guide, which is the most modern right now. And the idea that the medical chest list should be published separately, because it should be updated more often, most probably every 1 or 2 days, because, you know, the knowledge in medicine especially changing so quick that we cannot allow, you know, something to be published and be used for 5 or 10 years. So one of the next very important part is tele and radiomedical advice. And I'm quite happy that after the, you know, pandemic, quite a lot of people who were very skeptical concerning the possibility of tele and radiomedical advice for the patients now realize that this is possible. What we discussed many times that, you know, these tele and radiomedical advice centers in maritime world can be also used for the removed islands. And we using this now and using quite successfully for the remote areas when we don't see and we have any medical specialist. But there is some problems. First is the translation, because English in general, it's a working language in the maritime industry, but knowledge of medical terminology is often quite poor. And imagine—
3 minutes left.
Okay. So imagine that there is seafarers from Russia communicating with the radiomedical advice central in Italy, and definitely something get missing in translation. So the quality and the quantity of information sent to the central and use of video, photos, and special charts. Sometimes you can use just your smartphone, photo sent to the center, working perfectly. So the moment the seafarers realizing you that you're not just a watchdog who's trying not to let him to go and sail, they're cooperating and they're telling you the truth. So this is a charts of the blood pressure the seafarers are sending me from the ships, trying, to show me how they're going with the treatment. So we need research in maritime and offshore medicine because there is a lack of this. And I really want to encourage you to make a research and publish in our journals. So there is only 4 in the world. It's Medicina Maritima in Spain, the journal in Ukraine, International Maritime Health, published in Poland, and Maritime Medicine, the journal published in St. Petersburg in Russia. And the new project, it's a Maritime Health Research and Education Net. I just sent to Dino an invitation to participate in this international project, and I hope to see the Patimura University, Dino, and different organizations and universities from Indonesia and Australia in this project. So thank you. And this photo was done in Cayman Islands last year, and I hope that we will be finishing and ending with a pandemic and meeting again, not in Zoom, but in reality, because I'm already missing Maluku and Ambon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ilona Rensenko. Ilona, we also miss you. And we hope that next conference you will be able to come to Ambon just like the first one. So thank you again for the mind-opening presentation to make us understand what is this maritime health and how important it is for the seafarer and for the development of fisheries in Maluku. So now we move to the second presenter, is Professor Kei Kawai from Kagoshima University. Prof. Kawai, the stage is yours.
Okay. Can you recognize my pictures?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. Hello from Japan. Now Japan is very cold, so I miss Ambon's weather. So it's okay?
Yeah, we miss you too.
Thank you very much. So, however, today I will talk about the Pacific Island fisheries. So long time our group interested in the sustainable development and the coastal resource survivals. So I will talk about our new idea. However, before that, just briefly, I will explain my country's, my place. So you are around here. So Japan, but my place, south part of Japan. And we have lots of small islands. And our university has a station here. So we are very interested in the small island and biodiversity and coastal fisheries. Okay, I will start my topic. My topic is coastal fisheries. So everybody understands very important industry for local people in the Pacific Islands. And especially coastal fisheries very closely related socioeconomic and ecological system. and we should think about sustainable use of lots of resources. So now recently we are think about the SDGs. So today I want to talk about SDGs and how related to the coastal fisheries. So I'm sure everybody already knows Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. So this one is announced United Nations 6 years ago. And this SDGs include 17 goals to achieve environmental and economic and social sustainability. So I want to talk about this SDG, how related to the coastal fisheries. Our research group has lots of research in Fiji. Fiji is very close to your country, so maybe it's very familiar for you. But every year, our research group go to Fiji and study about coastal fisheries. And Fiji has about 300 small islands, something like this one. And we have a research, lots of small local community. I will show you the one scenery from the village. The one village is located just besides mangrove forest, and bit here is a tidal flood. And this side is a huge coral is there. This is a map, and this is a village, and this is a mangrove forest and coral here. Most of the villagers using this boat to go to this fishing area and catch the fish and bivalves. So today's my target is this bivalves. So we call anadara. Maybe in Indonesia, it's very popular for you. And this one is most of the time lady collecting the bivalves like this one. And weekend, Saturday, Friday, Saturday, everybody go to the market selling, and they also make the food. So I want to talk about this target species. So briefly, I will explain the village scenery. This is a one village scenery. This is everybody working for the community. Every Monday, they are working for community activity. And Sunday, most of the people go to the church to pray. So I will talk about this one and how to relate it to the ordinary life. So this is from Monday to Sunday. This is a number of fishing women. So Monday is a community activities. Very few people go to the fishing activity. And the market day and church day, most of the people, they are not going to fishing, collecting the Bible. So only this day is the main target. So it means coastal fisheries very closely related to the community activity. So then I want to talk how related to to the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. One example is SDGs 6. This is a clean water and sanitation. This is a target species bivalves, Anadara. This is a filter feeding bivalves. So these bivalves consume organic matter, plankton, and filter feeding insects and throw away feces. So this activity, because of this activity, this bivalves cleans the seawater very, very much. So this bivalves is very closely related to the SDGs 6. So next example, Friday and Saturday, women go to the market selling these bivalves. So women can earn cash income and maintain their job by selling bivalves in the market. So this activity is very closely related to no poverty and decent work and economic growth. So this is very important, these two SDGs. And next example is SDG 2 and 12. So bivalves is they're cooking every day, so household food. So if village makings creates a marine protected area, it means they will use sustainably. So this is very important, zero hunger and responsible consumption and production. So coastal fisheries is related to these two targets. And next example is related to SDGs 14 and 15. This is a target, and this already I said this is a feeding bivalve. So from the picture, from the land side, from to the sea, river takes many material from land to the sea. Sometimes a lot of food for these bivalves. So lots of material these bivalves feeding and growing and mature. And if the bivalve is very big, ladies collecting these bivalves and take to the land and consume as food and selling in the market. So there is a material circulation between land and sea. So this is very important, life below waters and life on island. To these two targets is very closely related to these topics.
Okay, you have 3 minutes left.
Okay, and SDG 5 is very greatly contribute to the establishment of women's social status. So it's very good for the ladies. So gender equality is very important. And this is a final example, SDG 16. So lots of people go to the coastal area. They should understand national and village system and understand law. So very closely related to 16. So this is my final conclusion. So these bivalves, or maybe fish and maybe lots of coastal resources, is a good indicator species for addressing SDG in coastal area in the Pacific. And also coastal fisheries is very important for SDGs in coastal community and ecosystem. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kay. To keep in time, because we are now a little bit behind schedule.
Okay.
very nice and relevant presentation to very similar to condition in small island in Maluku. So now we will, and by the way, Anadara is quite famous in Maluku or in coastal area, especially for men, because it's famous for its aphrodisiac effect. So now I will move to the third speaker. It's Professor Dr. Serge Andrefort from IRD France. Serge, the stage is yours.
Okay. Terima kasih, Pak Gino. I'm going to share my screen. Hopefully. It's okay?
Not yet.
More.
Did you open two again? Now it's fine.
Okay. So I will start. So selamat siang semua, semua orang yang bisa ikut hari ini. I'm going to make a presentation of the census of Indonesia islands. Let's see. Cannot move the screen. Do you see it? Do you still see my screen?
Yes, yeah, we can see it.
Okay, let's see. Not sure what's going on.
You just click on the left.
I know it's going. Again. Okay. Hope it works. Okay, so sorry for that. Just one word on the logo of the presentation, of the conference. I really like it. So congratulations for Gino, the designer, to do it.
Thank you very much.
We have a small ole ole with topi or cows with this logo. I acknowledge here some of my co-workers. First, Megan Paul, who worked with me the past few months, and then previous workers at the University of South Florida, the NDSO project team that I will present a little bit later, and the IAG representation in Jakarta, who helped me a lot. If there was a subtitle in Bahasa Indonesia to this presentation, it would be Banyak Pulau and Banyak Jenis Pulau, because it's a talk on the number of islands of Indonesia and their types, the different types. So as I was in Indonesia a few years ago, this is the content of the presentation. I will talk about the INDESO project, the question of island census in Indonesia, and how we made a new census of islands using remote sensing. And so when I was in Indonesia a few years ago, I came for a project called INDESO, which means Infrastructure Development for Space Oceanography, which was a partnership between France and the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, BSDM. The project is now finished since 3 years, and some of the results have been published in a special issue of Marine Pollution Bulletin journal 2 years ago. And all the results you will see on coral reefs, mangroves, fisheries, tuna, aquaculture, are application based on remote sensing and numerical models for the monitoring and the management of Indonesia coasts and seas. There are other papers on this special issue, and we're still working on some papers now because it's not finished. And we're still conducting a lot of basic ecosystem and habitat mapping and inventories in many islands of Indonesia. So islands, as you know, is a part of the identity of Indonesia. It's a strong pride of Indonesia, because Indonesia is said to be the largest island country, which means a country made only of islands and with the largest number of islands. Canada or Sweden may have more islands, but they're also made of continents and not just islands. So as it was said in the previous talk, the current census is about 17,000 islands. That's the number you hear here and there. But sometimes in papers, you can see numbers like 13,000 or sometimes up to 21,000. And so when I was in Indonesia, I always wonder, where is the truth? And also, more importantly, where does this number come from? And I was curious about it, but never had time to really figure out. And I think that one day I will try to make my own census if I have time. Like, for example, you have a pandemic going on and you are locked down. And that's what happened this year. So we started a census. And just quick overfly of Indonesian islands. So you got the very large continental volcanic with active or extant volcanoes. You have smaller, younger volcanic island, like here in Bali, where you can see Black Sand Beach, which shows there's no coral reef here in this area, but many of the islands are surrounded by coral reefs. This coral reef produce carbonate material. If they accumulate, you can have reef islands, crowded one here, or very small, deserted here. If you get tectonic at play or sea level rise, you can have island raised, like this carbonated, uplifted, or eroded karstic island that you will find in West Papua, in Maluku or Sulawesi, for instance. And you can also see a lot of mangrove islands. But here I have to open a parenthesis to give the official definition of an island according to the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. And an island is a naturally formed area of land surrounded by water, which is above water at high tide. It's quite simple, but it is a hydrographic definition mostly. And it's not really ecologically relevant or not really relevant for the people who live in these areas. So, and also, for example, in Indonesia, you will have a lot of pulau or something which are made of mangroves only. So it means that even if this plant here is not an island by itself, when they cluster and make this kind of long structure, we will consider here as an island, even if it doesn't correspond to the official definition. If you're interested by the number of islands of Indonesia, there is a nice paper by our colleague Sukendra Malta in Indonesian Journal of Geography. In 2017, he reviewed all the numbers previously published or said in various sources from the different agencies of Indonesia. So this is the official number here, 17,506 islands by the Mapping Agency of Indonesia. But others have produced different number. Also depending if you have a name, islands, or not named. Like the minister said earlier, there is currently, and that's official United Nations group of experts on geographical names, who said that there are 60,506 islands with a name in Indonesia. This is endorsed by the Indonesian Institute also. But there are a lot of discrepancy between this number. And the paper by Marta did not describe methods because most of the time we don't have the methods when this number comes from. But Marta strongly recommend remote sensing approaches to do new mapping and to make a one map policy for spatial planning, which will be basically a new inventory for a consistent inventory using remote sensing that can be used nationally, each province, and consistently. Also, what we can notice is maybe we have some numbers, but what about the size distribution of these islands? We don't have any idea really. Where are the location? Where are the areas with the highest density of islands? We don't know either. Or how much island of the different type that we have? It's not published also. So a lot of questions, basic questions around islands still left. So we started this new inventory, and the objective was to provide consistent numbers between all regions and provinces, but this time providing also the documentation, how it is made. That will be helpful to provide a number of consistent statistics, just the surface area, for example, highlight remarkable areas, and also it will, we believe, facilitate a lot of research based on spatial information in biodiversity, connectivity, ecological functioning of islands, and also useful information for all kind of program related to the ecology, the socio-economy, policy of these islands. For example, Steve talked about plastic, but if you have a policy about management of plastics, having statistics on the islands will be useful. So to run this inventory, we used remote sensing data. First, we used one source of information, which is the Millennium Coral Reef Mapping, which is another project I ran a few years ago. We map coral reefs, which include the land features, which correspond to the island. So it's based on Landsat 7 images, which were acquired between 1999 and 2003. This is 30-meter resolution images. You got a near-infrared band, which is very good and easier to map the land. But this product was incomplete because many islands of Indonesia do not necessarily have coral reefs, so we didn't map them. So this year I fill the gaps with a new set of Landsat 8 image, this time more recent, acquired between 2013 and this year. Still have a near-infrared band. And we use a Google Earth with very high resolution images, you can see them, to make a comparison between this 30-meter resolution and what you see on Google as an accuracy assessment. If you look at Indonesia and the Landsat images, so Landsat are organized by a grid and by path and row. And to cover the whole Indonesia, you need 214 Landsat path row, each them 180 kilometers. Sometimes you need more images than one for each path row because you got clouds on the image. And then I had it among these 214 images, 58 were processed recently to complete the database. This is a Landsat image. This is West Papua, Misol Island here, which is cloud-free. This is not good, clouds, but here it's good. If you zoom in one area, this is a near-infrared image composite. What is red is land above water, and you can see very clearly the islands. What is darker is the reef or the deep water. And then you make some processing to that to extract this, which will be, for each polygon, you will have one island. This is the product that we have in the first data set I mentioned, the coral reef mapping. And you can see here, for example, some mistakes compared to this channel, which is open, or here you got several islands which are missing. So these errors have been corrected manually to make a final product. So the challenges were, for the new islands, we mapped with Landsat 8 this year. It was okay because we wanted the best product for islands right away, and we did it. Some of the challenges come from the adaptation of the previous coral reef mapping land area, and we had to do a lot of corrections. Also, when we finished the first inventory, we ended up with 18,000 image islands. And we say, wow, that's close to the actual number, which is published. So maybe it was okay, this 17,000 island. But when we check this product and we compute the area of all islands, we notice 4,500 were actually 1 pixel island. So 1 pixel, remember, it's about 1,000 meters square. And when we checked each of them, actually, there were a lot of problems which were due to the digitization, going from raster to vector processing. And yeah, okay, there was no magic into finding an algorithm to clean it. So during quarantine this year, when I went back here in New Caledonia, I'd take 3 days to check every single of these pixels to verify if it was an actual island or not. And this is the results. Eventually, we come up with the new statistics of 13,559 islands. If you look at the size distribution, which is very interesting, you will see 263 islands are above 50 kilometers square. That's about 2% of the islands. More interesting, I think, and I was a bit surprised by this, is the vast majority, 87%, so 11,000 islands are less than 1 kilometer square. Very few in the middle between these two numbers, 1,500. You still have about 800 islands, which is about 1,000 meters square, about the size of Landsat pixel. But then we don't know the islands which are smaller than that size. If you look at the distribution of the islands in Indonesia, you got definitely some hotspot. So if you make a grid by 1 degree by 1 degree, the winner will be the Misor area in Papua with about 800 islands in this square. Second will be the region of Aru here with also 700, 660. Then you move to Raja Ampat, and then you have to go west for the fourth one, which is the western part of the Rio Island, just south of Singapore, where you got 606 islands here. In average, it's about 50 islands per 1 degree Celsius. I'm not going to talk about the typology of island, which is still preliminary, and I'm just going to show you some accuracy assessment using Google Earth so you can see the quality of the product. This is part of the Misor area. So the background is the Google Earth, maybe an image at 2 meter resolution, and the yellow outline is our product made from Landsat. So it looks a little bit coarser, but you can see a lot of detail still. You can see some of this, what I show in the mouse here, 1 island, 1 pixel island here, the real one. Another example here is for mangrove. You can see it's very fragmented sometimes, like the one here on the right hand side. And the greater polygons are mapped. Some of the smaller one also, but a very small one can be missed on Google Earth, but you will not see them on Landsat, and that's why you don't see them here. Some specific cases, like here, you got a Bajo village on the water, so I didn't count it as land. I'll stop here. Here, another issue we have, which is common, is the outline of the island is correct with Landsat, but there is a shift, which is a geo rectification shift, which is inherent to the spatial image that we're using. Remote sensing Landsat images can have up to 200 meter shift with reality. But remember also that you may have errors with Google Earth, but the outline is okay, but you have a geographic shift. And the last example before finishing is also a change you can see on the islands. When I compare this yellow outline here made from an image, Landsat 7 image of 2003, and I compare it to the Google Earth image now, I see a huge difference. And of course, you realize that difference comes from a change in the coastline in Nias, Sumatra, which happened in 2004 after the earthquake and tsunami. This here was previously the reef, and it's now above water. But the outline I made before was the previous coastline. So conclusion, this is a follow-up of the INDESO project with the new census of 13,559 islands confirmed, keeping in mind that these islands are made with images with pixel about 1,000 meters square. I don't believe much that the 17,000 figure you had before can be real, because even if you had a lot of smaller islands, there's probably not as much as 4,000 that you could add. But the value of this new census is that you have new consistent statistics for all the Indonesian islands that can be split by province, by region, by whatever you want, with a documented method and with non-remote sensing data source. So it certainly can benefit a one map policy. I didn't talk about much here, but we probably will work on defining an island typology based on these results. And we're preparing the paper that will be submitted probably next month with my colleagues. And terima kasih, thank you, and sorry if I was a bit long. Finish.
It's okay, so it's just 1 minute longer. So thank you very much for tell us the real number of our islands. And looks like we know not so much about our many islands. And I will keep in mind your suggestion about making a t-shirt with that logo. So now we're going to move to the Q&A session. I have here 3 questions for the lady, Ilona Denisenko. The first question is, what is the most important aspect of maritime health that needed to be developed in Maluku that has many small islands? Do you want to answer it one by one or 3 at once?
Oh, yes, one by one.
Okay, go ahead.
So I think it's quite important to develop first the most probably postgraduate course for the doctors, for them to understand the matter and the issues and the life of the at sea. And second, to develop a different medical offices in the islands when the doctors will be able to practice, plus you know, possibility of radio medical advice to, because you know, as far as I know, approximately 90% of the doctors they're in Jakarta. So it's very important. And in Ambon, you know, our dear colleague was telling us that there is no specialist. They know ENT specialist, there is no ophthalmologist. So it's very important that these doctors will be able to travel from time to time to make a consultation or to make telemedical advices to the general specialist who will be placed in the island.
Thank you very much. It's very inspiring. We really need a mobile hospital, something like that, to move doctors. And your suggestion about telemedicine is probably very, very important for small islands. The second question is, how can we collaborate with IMHA to develop maritime health in Maluku?
Well, all my colleagues are really open and different universities and training centers are ready to help for training for the, you know, for the doctors in Indonesia. So you're very much welcome, and we can, for example, develop a special course and come to Indonesia and teach, you know, teach the doctors and teach the medical staff. Also, you know, it just came to my mind now, it's concerning these 2 questions together, then maybe the idea of the ship hospital will be quite interesting from Indonesia, because, you know, having so many islands that, you know, you build the hospital ship, which is moving from one island to another and assisting, you know, and examining the patient.
Thank you very much. We have some hospital ship, but I think we need much, much more to cater for a lot of small islands. And I will convey your message to the Dean of Medical Faculty. I think she must be here now because she's going to present a paper in a parallel session. So the last question is, I want to know about international regulations. International regulation of a medical examination of employees on ships. It is only for employees on big ships or also for small-scale fishermen, such as small fishermen which use longboats with ship size 1 gross ton or less than 10 gross ton.
Thank you very much for this question. It's really quite important because the regulations, even the convention, the fishery convention, they're covering the fishing vessels from 12 meters and up. So the small vessels are abandoned almost or forgotten, but more than 60% of these fishing vessels, even in Europe, they're small ones. And we're really trying to encourage the European Union and the IMO and International Labour Organization to do something concerning that. You know, the European Union now working for the development of the guidelines of the medical examination for the fisheries. I hope it will be completed this year, and these will be used as a base for International Labour Organization to go to the international level. But unfortunately, this phrase in the regulation that's from 12 meters and up are still quite a big problem, and we need to do something about that.
Thank you very much. I hope this issue will be resolved very soon. Thank you very much, Ilo Ganesenko. Now, the question for Prof. Kawai. There are also 3 questions for you. The first, do you know about the population of bivalve anadromata after exploited so far in Fiji?
It's very difficult question. If we know the density, it's very easy to continue the fisheries. But actually, I'm not sure.
Okay.
So I hope so in the future.
Yeah. Hope you can soon, after the pandemic, go back to the research there. So the second one is, what is the status and what the management approach to keep the sustainability of anadromata?
I think lots of way to keep the sustainable use. One local way is each village has their own marine protected area. So each village has decided, but to do this kind of marine protected area, it's education for to local people is very important, because this marine protected area, most of the time, local people decide. They know which is very good place, how they should do. So they know everything. So they give the more scientific idea. So they will decide. So this is I think, most important way to do the sustainable use.
Thank you very much. The last question, actually, the third question is very similar to the second one, so you already answered, but I have one question for you. In Maluku, we have local wisdom called sasi. I think you might heard of it. Means people will stop harvesting for a while to keep the sustainability. Do they have something like that in Fiji or in Japan?
In Japan, we, for example, collect the bivalves. We make the size. So mesh size, we decided. So we cannot collect the smaller size. And in Fiji, they have a lot of local knowledge, but they decided they will not collect the small size. This is a baby for in the future. This is a traditional knowledge. So still they have a lot of this kind of knowledge. So this is very important to keep the sustainability.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Kawai. Now we move to Prof. Serge Andrevo. There's also 3 questions for you. The first is it possible to discriminate the area in the coral reef that covered by live coral and the dead coral or rock?
So that's another remote sensing question. Generally, no, you cannot.
Okay. So
you can, but it has to be in specific conditions, very high coral cover, very shallow, very good image, very high resolution, etc. But
so,
with images and most conditions, you cannot make it very accurately, no.
Okay. So basically, we can, but in a very strict condition.
Yeah.
Okay. The second one, based on NDSO project, do you know the exact number of islands in Maluku?
Not yet, because we didn't split the number by province, region, but it's possible to do it easily. Actually, I don't have a GIS layer for the province. Search for them, and then it's easy to split the information. Yeah.
Okay, thank you much, very much. I hope in the future project you can do that, so we know exactly how many islands we have.
If I have the shapefile of the province, I can do it tomorrow if you want.
Okay, okay, I know you can do it. The third question: how can remote sensing data be used in development of fisheries?
Well, that's a big question. Generally, it depends on which fishery you're talking about. If you talk about like tuna fisheries, offshore fisheries, remote sensing is used by, for example, using the SST temperature, the front of temperature or chlorophyll. Generally, it's injected into models also that shows the circulation, the productivity of the ocean. That's actually in NDSO, before you get an operational model, predicted every day the best area, best conditions for fishing. Now for remote sensing, like coastal fishery or benthic fishery, like the example we just got on Fiji, you can use very high resolution to do habitat maps, for example, and that can help estimating the stock on these habitats. If you make surveys that tells you that you got 200 specimen of one species of interest per kilometer square, for example, remote sensing can give you how many kilometers square of this habitat, and so you can have a full stock. So there are different ways to use remote sensing for fishery, depending on the fishery, offshore or coastal, etc.
Okay, thank you very, very much. With that last question, I would like to conclude this session, and I would like everybody to give a big round of applause to our speakers. Thank you very, very much. Hope to see you all in the next conference in Ambon, not by Zoom.
I hope so.
I give the stage back to the MC.
Thank you, Mr. Gino. That was the second plenary session. And the next session, the third, also with 3 outstanding speakers, will be led by Mr. Gino as well.
Thank you very much, MC. I'm kind of worried all the participants get bored with me, but soon you will have other moderator in breakout rooms. So it's a great pleasure and honor to introduce again 3 very, very important speakers. The first is Professor Laszlo Sikli, MD, PhD from Karolinska Institute, Sweden. The second one is Professor Dr. Willem Renema from Naturalis Biodiversity Center in Leiden, and he is also professor in Leiden University. And the third one is Marike Hoon from Bochum University, Germany. Professor Laszlo Sikli is an old friend of mine, good friend of mine in research and in diving. He's a multi-talent person. He's now presently the head of pathology clinic in Karolinska Institute or hospital, but he's also doing a lot of research in bioprospecting, in cancer, in molecular biology, and he's also very, very good programmers. So he's really a multi-talent person that I've known. He's also the PADI dive instructor. So it's kind of a very all-rounder. The second speaker is Professor Dr. Willem Renema. Are you here, Willem? So looks like Willem is not here, but Willem's already provided the video just in case he cannot join. So maybe later on we just play the video for Willem. Willem is working on a lot of species in coral reefs, but focus mainly on foraminifera. So we will hear the video from Willem presentation after that. And the third one is Marijke Hoen. Marijke is the researcher at Bochum University now. From 2015 2017, he is the co-founder and director of Lumination, and he built community work and marine education at Banda Island. So he's also doing a lot of research with Australian Indonesian partner, and he spent a lot of time in Banda developing community-based management of marine debris, especially plastics. So without further ado, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Laszlo, or MD PhD, to give the presentation. The stage is yours, Laszlo.
Thank you very much, Dino. I try to share the screen. I hope that you see it now.
Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah. So greetings from the Swedish archipelago. So we used to brag about that we have 20,000 islands.
Yeah, I know.
Those are just sub-pixel islands, smaller than the tennis court. But I mean, we have a lot of tiny islands, and I will talk about tiny things, or even sub-tiny things. So my background is I'm professor at the Karolinska Institute and spent around 32 years in cancer research and virology. And you know that our institute is the one which is providing the Nobel Prize every year. So my interest in marine biology is mainly based on the drug discovery. We know that 60% of all drugs that we use today are coming from nature, and most of the source of the drugs is coming from that fight, which is between different species living in a tiny area. So when different species fight with each other, most of the cases they use chemical weapons, short-acting, water-soluble small molecules. And these are very well adapted for killing a broad spectrum of different species. That's why we can use that in human therapy. So we developed the technology, what we call the upside-down drug discovery, where we turn around the classical discovery process, which starts with chemistry, and only after a detailed chemical characterization is used on biological samples. We turn around the process and we do uniform extraction and then immediate testing on biological samples, which often different cancer cell lines. And we process the samples and measure the activity in automated microscopy systems for cancer killing activity, or let's say virus infection inhibiting activity, pick up the best hits, test them for toxicity, and only after this we process to the chemical analysis. And we think that this is sort of shortening and improving very much the chance to do drug discovery and also bioprospecting. And you can use the same technology also to actually directly test patient samples for suitability. So I just illustrate here the principle that if you have two close species to each other, they always try to fight for territory, for resources. And this type of fight actually gave us the first really globally used medicines, the antibiotics. So soil fungi, which are fighting with bacteria, provided the first penicillin, and after that a great series of new drugs. And in a similar way, we get a large number of anti-cancer agents and antibiotics from different marine organisms. So the way how we approach this is by scuba diving, and here you can see our chairman doing the job, actually photo documenting the samples. But you actually just document with high resolution image with a numbering, and then you can collect them in a large number, arraying in the same way as you would put it on a 384 by plate, and then you put up duplexes, and you can relatively easily identify hits based on the number of the surviving cells of the treatment. you can use this technology, and that's what we did in a couple of last few years to analyze the different traditional medicines and natural extracts. Here, the collection of Chinese traditional medicines, and then you can set a number of cell lines and identify the best hits. And when you get your lead, then you can also generate long dilution series and measure the IC50 values, and you are aiming for agents which are highly active, so working in the submicromolar concentration, water soluble, non-toxic. So in a simple assay, actually, you can fulfill most of the criteria of a good drug. So that's our past, and that's what was the pre-COVID era. Unfortunately, COVID came. I mean, unfortunately fortunately for us, because my primary interest also dangerous viruses. And now we had to switch from breathing apparatus underwater to pressurized breathing apparatus in the autopsy room. And I am the one who is carrying out now the high-risk autopsies on COVID victims in Stockholm area. And we characterize the disease both on macroscopic level and also microscopic level, and also on molecular levels. And we are also detecting the virus in the lungs of the COVID victims. You can see here by the RNA cytohybridization of the lung cells which are infected with the virus. And I also managed to pull out the virus, actually. So I isolated a particularly aggressive variant of this creature, which is killing target cells within 72 hours by 100% efficiency. And here you can see that particular isolate growing on the surface of VERO-E6 cells. I took the image with the scanning electron microscope. So this particular strain is also very useful for screening antivirus and antivirus from different sources, because most of the cells are immediately killed. So surviving cells indicate good drug effect. So here you can see the same creature now in transmission electron microscopy, and you recognize the classical coronavirus type. And we set up also a technology which is kind of affordable in both remote areas and less fortunate universities, which is using basically open source laboratory robotics and automated readers, what we produce in China. And the standard setup is 384 web plate, where we depose the drug candidates, overlay the cells, and after, let's say, 2-3 days incubation, we fluorescently stain the surviving cells and use the automatic counting device to measure the effect. So with COVID, you saw that there is a huge intellectual activity going on in the world. People are jumping on the few data which is available and do a lot of brain work, a lot of computer work to try to figure out what would work. So knowing the sequence of the virus, it was possible to predict the structure of the viral polyprotein and also the fragment of it, the viral protease, and then running in silico search for chemical analogs which are exactly fitting the surface. It was possible to predict a number of marine products which would be good inhibitors of the virus. The only thing which is missing actually to try to do it in real life, and that's what we would like to provide with our assay. But talking about viruses, so it brings us to the development of the couple of last years, which actually shows that the number of viruses what we encounter in the sea is much greater than we previously thought. So we could say that in every liter of seawater, you have 10 billion particles in average. That means that if you just take a tiny drop, you will have 500,000 virus particles in it. So if you take a clunk when you are swimming, you can end up in hundreds of millions of viruses in your belly. So we can say that these are the most common biological agents in the sea. And although they might be responsible for some waterborne illnesses, but major target of these are bacteria. So algae and cyanobacteria. And the total amount of carbon which is sequestered in them actually can be up to 10% of all carbon that you find in the seas. So if you just take any random selected seawater, you centrifuge it down and stain it with the fluorescent dye, which is detecting DNA, you can identify the bigger blobs. Those are individual cyanobacteria and a lot of virus particles. And these are only the DNA viruses. So most of the types are bacteriophages. So the specific viruses which are targeting bacteria cells. And they are coming in a great variety. And some of them are pretty big, actually. The largest viruses in the world are in marine environment, actually. They are, some of them are bigger than small bacteria. And there are a number of interesting functions. So they have a great role in controlling algae blooming, carbon recycling, killing a large number of bacteria. But they also might have effect on less suspected phenomena, for example, coral bleaching. So in coral bleaching, there is a clear shift in the number of viruses which are targeting eukaryotic cells compared to the antibacterial viruses. And they might even function as a food source for different filter feeders. So quite large number of sponges and also oysters can support themselves purely by viruses. So you can eliminate bacterial components, algal components from the water, and oysters are still nicely thriving on just viral particles. So we have, until now, we know more than 200,000 different species. And it's likely that it will be in several million when we are finishing the census. And they can kill basically in a single day 1/5 of all bacteria mass in the world. And their diversity is the highest actually in shallow tropical waters, which is bringing close to MALUKU. But I would like to point out that beside the sort of obvious ecological roles, perhaps the greatest value of these structures are actually the information content that they have and the possible use for future biotechnology. Just one example, screening of enzymes coded by these viruses yielded one specific enzyme which is able to carry out iodination reaction of small organic molecules, something that is a great challenge for chemists to do it, and you need radioactive physicochemical reactions to carry out. And now these viruses can provide an easy enzyme solution. So I would just like to illustrate that this type of fight that you have between bacterium and bacterium enemy, the phage, actually can yield a completely new type of tools, which is pushing biotechnology forward. You know, in the 70s, 80s, when the very first such tools arose, which made recombinant DNA technology possible, the restriction enzymes modification methylase pairs, where the bacterium is protecting itself by methylating up certain DNA sites and then cleaving the unmethylated invaders' DNA by a specific enzymes. So these enzymes could be used. Okay, I'm almost ready. So this type of interaction led to the identification of an interaction between Streptomyces and its virus. And that was the CRISPR-Cas system, CRISPR-Cas9 system, which actually allows us now to very precisely edit even eukaryotic genomes and mammalian genomes. And this is what we used to call the gene sex, and this is what we gave the Nobel Prize in this year in chemistry. So we can learn a lot from these tiny creatures. And then it brings us the question, so how can we protect and exploit those treasures that we cannot even see? And my conclusion would be that first, that we are aware of their existence. And the other is that now we start to actively study these and use these tools for extend our biotechnology horizon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Laszlo. Wow, that was a very exciting and complicated presentation, but it shows that the biodiversity that we know, it's really, really untouched at the molecular level, especially at very fine particle as viruses. So this will probably open a lot of opportunity to study the viruses in tropical coral reef area in the future. So now we will move to the second speaker. Is Willem here? If Willem is not here, then I would like to ask the committee to play his video presentation.
Thank you, Gino, for this kind introduction, and thank you for inviting me to talk at this seminar. Today I would like to talk about how tectonics shapes large benthic foraminifera and indirectly...
We don't hear it. Oh. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Gino, for this kind introduction, and thank you for inviting me to talk at this seminar. Today I would like to talk about how tectonics shapes large benthic foraminifera and indirectly coral reef diversity in the Coral Triangle. As you probably all know, the Coral Triangle houses the most diverse shallow marine environments in the world. This is especially well known and named after corals, but is also true for reef fishes, sponges, and lesser well-known groups as foraminifera. But foraminifera are extremely useful because they have a really well fossil record that can show about the history of environmental change and diversity change in this area. To understand something about the evolution of large benthic foraminifera diversity, we have to look into the present-day distribution of foraminifera in coral reefs or in shallow marine tropical environments. And then we see that there are really distinct communities. And the one is the reef flat, the reef slope, and the interreef. The reef flat is really shallow area, usually less than 5, but often less than 2 meters, where you have spinos, mostly spinos, taxa that can be extremely abundant. On the reef slope, foraminifera live more on coral rubble and are usually much more homogeneous over areas than, for example, in the reef flat or the interreef. And in the interreef, the foraminifera live on sand. But there's not only a differentiation within a reef, but there's also an onshore, offshore differentiation in foram communities. Near shore, usually water visibility is much less and light penetrates not as deep as in the offshore areas, and you only have a low diverse, poorly differentiated large benthic foram community compared to these offshore areas. But this diversity is built differently between the reef flat communities, the reef slope communities, and the reef base communities. In the reef flat, we mostly see a replacement of taxa going offshore, whereas when we go offshore in the reef slope or the reef base environments, we see that taxa move to deeper environments, so they trace the amount of light they need. So the depth distribution is shaped by the light availability. But at the same time, we see that there is a differentiation within this light gradient going from near shore to offshore. So there's more species going offshore in both the reef slope and the reef base environments. As I said, foraminifera have a really nice fossil record, and I'm going to use two examples of fossil occurrences, one from the reef flat communities, one of the reef base communities, on when they originated, and then I'm going to relate that to paleogeography of changes in paleoceanography in the region. And the first example are the reef terraces of Wakatobi. In Wakatobi, the Moira Wilson measured the uplifted reef terraces that occur there on the islands, and she described the sedimentology and the reef environments. So she was able to differentiate between inner reef flat, reef crest, upper reef slope, and open platform. But the open platform only occurs in the oldest and highest terrace. Because of this, I could look into the foraminifera occurring in these different environments, and we see a close match, very similar to the modern distribution of large benthic foraminifera, with these spinos, reef flat communities, in this case Calcarina gaudi-shaudi and Bacalogopsina spherulata, often known to form the star sands, and these occur in high abundance and often are the most important constituent of the reef rock. And on the reef slope, there's Heterosegina, Bacalopsinoides, Amphisaurus, which is also very typical to what you would find on the reef slope in nearby reefs in, for example, Spermonde, but also in Wakatobi itself. But when we look at the stratigraphical distribution of these taxa, then that's a bit different, because these rock-forming star sands do not occur in all reef crest environments. They only occur in the shallower, in the younger ones. And Bacalogopsina occurs a little bit earlier than Calcarina gaudi-shaudi. So it looks like there's a stratigraphic change in the reef community here. And the other example is from the Pliocene of the Philippine archipelago, where in Cebu there is a large and huge carbonate platform that's being quarried. And because of this quarrying, there's really nice outcrops, and the red lines on these on this picture are called clinoforms, and they basically represent sea level or sea floor at a certain time interval. So when you follow one clinoform, you basically walk over the sea floor of a couple of million years ago. And I'm just showing the results of one example where we sampled along one of these isoforms, clinoforms, and looked at the foraminifera community with depth, and compared it to present-day zonation. And when you look in the dotted lines are the present-day distribution, depth distribution of the same species in Kalimantan, and in gray and black are occurrences in the fossil record of the Philippines, and appears to be a really good match. So these taxa are present and are distributed in a very similar way to the present day communities. And if we combine these data with molecular data, molecular phylogeny, in combination with other fossil occurrences, what we do find is that there's a very young, relatively young speciation in these reef-flat taxa, these spinos reef-flat taxa, and that the speciation events in the interreef environments are a little bit earlier than that. So that's more or less 5 to 8 million years versus less than 2 million years. So we have to go a little bit further back in time to see what's happening with the environments in Indonesia or in the Coral Triangle, and what's happening with reef distribution. When we come from the Middle Miocene, so about 15 million years ago, what you see is that Australia is moving to the north. It's starting to get into a collision with Eurasia, but it's still there's large areas of shallow marine environments. And what is especially striking is the huge barrier reefs that are present in Papua New Guinea, Northwest Australia, and around some of the platforms in places which are now just offshore the Great Barrier Reef. In Indonesia itself, there's mostly smaller patch reefs and a couple of large carbonate platforms. But Australia is moving north, and in combination with a cooling of the climate in late Miocene, there's a strong reduction in carbonate occurrences and especially in coral reef occurrences in the whole region in the late Miocene, and reefs are generally disappearing, but there's still a huge seaway between Australia and Eurasia. But a little bit younger, in the early Pliocene, this is starting to change. There's a starting collision with, especially in the Papua New Guinea region, where you see an increase in the uplift. Sulawesi is increasing in the uplift. Some large shallow marine platforms are appearing in that region and also in the Philippines. And this is the start of a much more recent distribution. When you look at the recent map, you see many more islands and the coral reefs that are around, occurring mostly around islands. So they're mostly fringing reefs or barrier reefs around islands, rather than reefs occurring on large carbonate platforms. And this change has occurred in the past 2 or so million years. And that is also where we see these reef-flat communities, you see shallow reefs. So with the increase in coastlines, we see an increase in the reef-flat communities. And when we look at other barrier reef systems around the world, we see a very similar pattern where we get this barrier developed and this differentiation in the onshore-offshore gradient, a differentiation in the shallow environment at around 600 to 800 million years. So it really looks like that this differentiation is a, well, regional or maybe even global event. It might have to do with the sea level, changes in sea level, the periodicity of the changes in sea level through time. But we see a quite clear response in the also in differentiation of the large benthic foraminifera communities. So what we see in summary is this increase in diversity in reef-flat foraminifera and an increase in foraminifera, in this modern type foraminifera, a little bit earlier in the deeper ones, which indicates that there is a transition from the tectonics, they shape the habitat availability, they shape first the occurrence of platforms, then the presence of fringing reefs, and when these habitats change, then the community of the foraminifera also changes in these communities. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for the recording, Willem. I hope he will be here in the discussion or Q&A. Now, I think we can directly move to the last speaker at the invited speaker session, Our Lady, Dr. Marijke Hun. Usually, I will allow the lady to present first, but Marijke especially asked to be the last person, the lady, for our closing speakers. The stage is yours.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Then I start again. Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you very much for letting me speak as late as possible, because it's still very early here. Let me just swap the display view. Okay, I think now you have the right screen. Yeah, I'm at the moment in Germany, thanks to the COVID-19 pandemic. Normally I would be at the Banda Islands, yeah, where I'm doing community work or voluntary work for the two organizations that I co-founded, Banda Sea, which is a German association where we mainly raise funds with, and Luminocean, or Yayasan Cahaya Samudra Indonesia, that is a local organization to do education about plastic waste and also waste management. And 2 years ago, I presented a little bit about the background of plastic in the sea, the dangers it brings, and about our projects on Banda. So I don't want to go back that far to the introduction, and yeah, show what happened in the last 2 years, because we could actually achieve a lot. I already updated this figure. Waste management in a country with so many islands, 13,559, as we heard today, is a huge challenge, because actually a micro solution or a specific solution for every island is needed, and it's so difficult to transport plastic from small islands that are distributed thousands of kilometers apart for recycling. And this is probably one of the reasons why Indonesia was found to be the second largest contributor to ocean plastic a few years back. And yeah, there's a lot to do, and but I think also a lot of good projects that are conquering this problem now. If you look at small islands in Indonesia, many have the same problem. There's no rubbish pickup, there's nothing provided to the communities what they can do with their plastic trash. So the only solution for most households is to burn plastic in front of their house, or bring it to small dump sites, or dump it into rivers, or dump it directly into the ocean. And I think everyone who has spent a lot of time in Indonesia or lives in Indonesia is familiar with these kinds of pictures. And when plastic enters the ocean, it's not only a big problem for larger sea life. These events, like this sperm whale that stranded in Wakatobi 2 years ago, it was 1 or 2 years ago, yeah, these get big in the news, and they're really shocking, they're really sad. like a whale, a huge whale that lived for so many years and then dies because its stomach is filled with plastics, sandals, plastic glasses, plastic bags, everything was found in the stomach. And the same problem is true for turtles, for some large fish that feed on plastic, for lots of seabirds that feed on plastic and then starve because their stomachs are filled with plastic. But the other big problem are microplastics. These are pieces that are smaller than 5 millimeters. And every larger piece of plastic that spends a while in the ocean breaks down, becomes a fragment of plastic. And the problem is that these tiny particles, they act like magnets for toxins. So they accumulate toxins and then they easily enter the food chain through filter feeding organisms such as sponges, sea skirts, bivalves, maybe even corals. And tackling this problem, because it's probably one of the greatest problems that the ocean is facing, has been the challenge of our local team on Banda, so the team of Yayasan Cahaya Samudra Indonesia. So we started really small on Banda with this team, and the aim is just to prevent as much plastic as possible from entering the ocean. We are doing a lot of educational work also, but today I'd like to focus a little bit on the waste pickup and recycling that we're doing. It all started in 2013, and I founded this small organization. Banda CEV stands for a Verein, a German Verein, so an association. And I just started asking for donations among families and friends. And initially we had a yearly budget of 600 euros, so which is really small, but it's enough to do something on an island. And Pamaga, who you can see on the picture here, he's from Banda. He used to be an English teacher, and he has now dedicated his life to making Banda plastic free. And so what we started with him is, like, he went around, he talked to every household and told them why it is dangerous to burn plastic and what other solutions there might be. So we started first with a rubbish pickup by hand and with a grobak, with a push wagon, and later could turn this into using 3-wheel bicycles. So after 5 years of continuously working on that, we could extend a rubbish pickup system to about 7,000 of the 8,000 citizens on Banda Neira, which is the most populated island on the Banda Islands. And because we just kept talking about what we're doing, which brought in more donations. We had a few articles published about us, some TV channels reporting. So we could grow our budget to 20,000 euros in 2018. So we now had a system to pick up plastic, but the problem is that we could not recycle it anywhere. All we could do is bring it to one central collection site, and that's it. There we could keep it, could burn it, but nothing else. So we slowly started. We started thinking about it already early, but in 2019 we finally could achieve a properly working recycling facility. So our dream was to bring a pyrolysis plant to the island, which is a machine that can turn some types of plastic into fuel. And you can see in the picture here that Pagino was so lucky to be on Banda at the moment when it arrived. And this machine came from Java Island, from Semarang, spent 3 months on the ocean until it finally arrived in Banda with some stopovers in Ambon and lots of detours. So with joint efforts, we managed to bring it into a recycling hall, the blue building here, that we built on the former dump site. And here you can see how the machine looks like. This was before it was assembled. So it works like this. This big black chamber is the incineration chamber. You fill plastic in. This one can take up to 50 kilos of plastic and just make a fire underneath. And if the plastic is heated without oxygen access, it evaporates and then gets condensated again. And what comes out is a quite crude oil. And this oil is then distilled in this part of the machine and later comes out as first as benzene, then kerosene, and then diesel, depending on the temperature that you achieve. The plastics that can be used for this is just polypropylene and polyethylene. So yeah, with this we found a solution for this, but PET or other types of plastics cannot be processed with this plant. And the efficiency is actually really good. From 10 kilos of plastic, you can get 5 liters of diesel, 2 liters of benzene, and 1.5 liters of kerosene. And we only use the kerosene that we produce to fire up the machine, to heat the plastic. So it's working quite efficient. And yeah, since very recently, we also found a solution to recycle PET. So we are shredding the plastic, sorting, shredding, and stuffing it into sacks and sending it to Surabaya, where we can get between 1,000 and 7,500 rupiah per kilo, which is not a lot, but it's enough to cover shipping, and it really reduces the amount of plastic on the island. So our first 1,800 kilograms of plastic just arrived in Surabaya last week, and we're really happy about the solution that we found now. And now we're working on extending this to the neighbor island, Banda Besar, which is the biggest island of the Banda Islands. And our plan is that every village at some point on the island has its own plastic storage. So this is a small hut, an intermediate storage that basically every village could build. And these huts should also hold a shredder machine. And then they can pre-sort, shred their plastic, and prepare it for shipping. So we ship centrally from Bandanera, but every village can prepare for shipping by themselves. And this was generously funded from KKP and also from a German marine conservation organization. But what is most important is that there are people who contribute. So this is our team now on Banda Besar. Yeah, we need 6 people per village of about 2,000 inhabitants to continuously collect plastic, spread the word, talk to people why they should separate their plastics, keep plastics, and then sort it and further process. I'm almost done. Sorry, I'm a bit long. Yeah, we hope that maybe the system on Banda can become some kind of model, and I just want to present a short breakdown of costs here that are needed. And what I want to show is that the costs are not that high, and I think every village in Indonesia could apply for funding that these costs can easily be covered. So for an initial year to set it all up, less than 13,000 euros would be needed, which is something like 180 million rupiah. And in the years after that, it would just be the running cost. So with 150 million rupiah per year, I think villages could manage most of their own plastics. And all that is needed is maybe 1 or 2 people who take the initiative, apply for funding, and the funding is out there, and set it up in their own villages. And I think these people could be maybe anyone listening to this conference, anyone who loves the ocean, and anyone who loves their home island. So we can protect these beautiful reefs that we find all over Indonesia, and the fish stocks, and basically our livelihood. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marika. I'm very, very glad to see that everything working fine. I'm proud to witness the machine when it first came to Banda, and very glad to see that it's now working. So I hope this can be implemented in other islands in Indonesia, or especially in Maluku, since now I think it's affordable, because from your breakdown of budget, it looks like affordable, because now we know that every village get the quite big funding from government every year.
Yes.
So now, with the end of Marika's presentation, we now enter the Q&A session. Is Willem already here? If Willem is not here, I will just send the question to his email, and then ask him to answer later on to the committee, or we will send directly to the people that ask the questions. So we have, wow, 5 questions for Laszlo. Looks like your presentation attract many interest. The first question is it difficult to get animal ethics approval to test the extract without identifying and quantifying the active compound? You can directly answer.
Yes. Actually, not that, because you can start it with, instead of testing on mice directly, you can test it on less complex organisms, which regularly doesn't require extra ethical permits. So you can test on fish embryos, for example. And if you see that it is killed, then you never proceed to mice. If you see that they are managing fine, then you can treat it as an unlikely toxic agent. So it is manageable.
Okay, thank you very much. So the second question is, what is the best strategy to boost bioprospecting, especially marine bioprospecting research and development in Indonesia?
So I mean, use simple tools. Use just high resolution photography, mark the place, and what we do is that we do collection indiscriminately. So instead of spending too much time on taxonomy, trying to figure out what the individual creatures are, go for the effect. So if you have a screening system, identify the things which are giving you hits. And through that one, if you have a site, you can do repeated screening over areas, then you can just mark on the spot how many hits you have received. And this can actually give you a rather good idea about how valuable site is from biomedical perspective.
Okay, thank you very much. The third question is, Indonesia now tightened the rules about bringing samples abroad. What is your opinion about this policy?
I think, I mean, these are Indonesia's own treasure. So there is a risk if you export these things immediately. So big pharma companies are picking it up and then sort of taking their own. So I think Indonesia should put effort to develop its own system to identify and sort of properly patent these agents. And what we try to contribute with is simple techniques, so that you don't need extremely high sophistication in the instrumentation. You can use simple technology to actually find the proper agent. And when you have it with relatively simple structure chemistry, you can identify the molecules, because most of the case you can dereplicate already existing structures. So one of the greatest things is not to find them for the specific application. But I think that Indonesia should keep these things, and instead of sending it out, invite foreign experts and set up your own analysis systems and keep it as a national treasure.
Thank you very much. I totally agree with you. We should build our own system here to identify the compound. And that means we have to be very innovative, because we know that the research budget is very limited in Indonesia. So number 4 question is, could you explain again to me about waterborne illness?
Okay, so that was a short comment on the side. So viruses, what you have, they are not only affecting microbes, but sometimes they are affecting fish, they are affecting larger animals or marine mammals. Of course, anyone who is living in the sea can have their own sicknesses. It's not related very much to humans. So humans can, of course, get certain infections. So certain type of vibrios, for example, can lead to infections, but that's not a typical case. So most of the marine microbes are harmless for humans, but of course it can function as a pathogen for many of the animals.
So what you mean by waterborne illness is the disease caused by microbes in the ocean, not only to human, but also to other animals or organisms in the ocean.
Yes.
Okay. So the last question, it could take years to find new lead for marine bioresources. And in Indonesia, none of the newly found active compounds have entered the clinical trial. How did you convince the funding bodies in Sweden to finance such multi-layered research efforts?
Actually, you don't really convince funding bodies. You find your funding partners. So I'm a great believer of these public-private partnerships. And if you have a good program, you try to find investors instead of applying for state money. And that also means that if you want to introduce new things in clinical trial, it's best if you have actually direct contact to those doctors who will participate in clinical trials. Of course, it's a huge challenge for certain group of drugs. For example, anti-cancer agents has huge requirements until they can reach clinical stage. But the trouble is not with the drug. The trouble is the improper diagnosis that we pathologists give when we classify a certain group of patients. So this is why actually we introduced technology to directly measure on individual patient sample the activity. So you can actually shorten very much the clinical trial period if you select only those patients who are proven to respond to the drug by testing their primary tumors against your candidate drugs.
Okay, thank you very much. So your suggestion is that instead of running around applying for funding, it's better to sell your idea and find
a funder
that interested in it. Yes. Okay, thank you very much, Laszlo. Yeah. I think Willem is still not here. We will continue with Marika. The first question for Marika is there any risk if we burn plastic waste?
Yes, one of the biggest risks of burning plastic waste are the toxins that are released. Dioxins, for example, and dioxins, if they get into the air, they even become a problem for marine organisms. And even in Ambon Bay, there was a study once done with snails, I think, where they found that dioxins made snails not be able to reproduce anymore. So this is just one example, and yeah, of course, these problems are also exist for humans, not only for marine life, for everyone. So burning plastic waste, especially at very low temperatures, is really, really dangerous and unhealthy.
Thank you very much. So basically, we should not burn the plastic. That's it.
Yes, yeah.
So the second question is, do you think the program you developed in Banda can be applied to other small islands in Maluku?
Yes, I really hope so. I think the biggest problem is probably finding someone from another village, another island, who takes initiative as Pamaga does on Banda. But so our plan is now where we figured out how it works on Banda to develop like a working line, a progress line of how we can help other communities to apply this as a model and which steps they should take to kickstart it on their islands. But I think there are so many similar islands that have the transportation issues, that have the problems that there's no solution yet, that there's maybe not much awareness of the dangers of throwing plastics into the sea or burning it. So I think this combination of educating, but also just starting with a small group of people who pick up plastic, sort it, and then spread the word, I think it could really work for many islands.
Thank you very much. I totally agree with you. We need people in every island, even though one or two, that is consistently.
And it's a lot of work.
right. And has to be consistent and never tired of reminding people and talk to people. The third question is, what is the main obstacles in developing your project in Banda?
I think it's making people understand. You can see a big difference between the very young generation and older generation. And there are always some people who don't want to understand, or maybe also find it more comfortable to just do what they always did and still dump plastic into the sea. So we started working a lot with primary schools, and we hope that this will help us overcome this obstacle, that the kids start to learn very, very early and are easier accessible later to contribute to a program like this.
Right, changing the habit is very difficult.
Yeah.
It has to be started very early. The people in Maluku have a proverb that the bamboo that's too old, you cannot bend it anymore.
Very true.
So the last question for you is that throwing the garbage or domestic waste to the river or coastal water is a common habitual of community, especially in developing countries. For longer term, what approach you think to stop this habitual action?
Yeah, as I said, I think the best approach is to start educating in school. Of course, there also needs to be the support by the villages, or by regional governments, local governments, that people see if we make an effort, it also goes somewhere and it's appreciated, and that there are solutions other than burning plastic. But then I think the most important thing is really to teach the kids very early that they should not do that. So that they get to the point where they feel really, really bad if they throw anything into nature. And on Banda, we started this program with primary schools. We call them plastic-free schools, Sekolah Bebas Sampah. And we work together with the teachers. So the teachers have to commit that they will not give any food to the students anymore that is wrapped in plastics. We transform the whole canteen, the eating habits, into only using washable dishes. Every classroom has a water dispenser and every kid has their own cups. And then we often have volunteers, a lot from Germany actually, who do like little upcycling art projects with the kids. An incentive is also always to say, yeah, then we help teach English. So I think, yeah, these are the root approaches that are really needed and that can hopefully make a difference.
Okay, I agree with you. So with the last question, we conclude the last session of Invite Speaker session. I would like we all to give big round of applause to our amazing speakers. Thank you very much. And I give back the stage to the MC. You need to unmute first, Miss MC.
Thank you, Mr. Gino. By the end of the plenary session that marked us to move to a parallel session, on this session, all the participants will be divided in 4 different groups in 4 different meetings. At the first group, we will have discussion about fisheries with the moderator, Insinyur Prulay Uneputi MPhil. At the second group, we will have discussion about marine tourism with the moderator, Insinyur YMT Apitulay MSc. The third group, we will have discussion about threats to ecosystem with the moderator, Dr. JMS Tetelepta. And the last group, we will have discussion about marine biodiversity and bioprospecting with the moderator, Dr. Insinyur Sally Patipeluhu MSc. The parallel session is still using the same Zoom ID. The breakout room scheme has been shared at room before during the plenary session, and all the attendants can follow the same. Again, I can tell you that we will need about several minutes to arrange everyone get into the room. However, it will be helpful for us if you change the Zoom ID yourself. So please follow the scheme for the fluency process into the parallel session. if you have moved by the host, please join by into the room by yourself. Again, if you have moved by the host, please click join to get into the room by yourself. Bapak Ibu, kami mohon perhatian. Kita telah berada pada sesi paralel. Pada sesi ini, kita akan dibagi ke dalam 4 grup dengan 4 pertemuan yang berbeda. Pada grup pertama, kita akan berdiskusi tentang fisheries dengan moderator Insinyur Prulei Uneputi MPhil. Pada grup kedua, kita akan berdiskusi tentang marine tourism dengan moderator Insinyur YMT Apitule MSc. Pada grup ketiga, kita akan berdiskusi tentang threats to ecosystem dengan moderator Dr. JMS Tetelepta. Pada grup yang terakhir atau grup keempat, kita akan berdiskusi tentang marine biodiversity and bioprospecting dengan moderator Dr. Insinyur Seli Patipluhu MSc. Untuk parallel session, kita akan menggunakan Zoom ID yang sama. Untuk dibagi ke dalam grup, Bapak Ibu dapat mengikuti skema yang telah di-share sebelumnya pada chat room, pada sesi sebelumnya. Kami akan membutuhkan beberapa menit untuk mengatur Bapak Ibu ke dalam ruangan masing-masing. Namun lebih baik dan lebih menolong jika Bapak Ibu dapat mengganti Zoom ID Bapak Ibu sendiri. Misalnya jika Bapak Ibu ingin berada di ruang 1, Bapak Ibu dapat mengikuti skema yang ada untuk presenter R1 _ nama presenter.